committee. It's the second one for me to chair. Welcome, everybody. We've got a lengthy agenda once again, just like every meeting of the Planning Committee. So to start, can I just say that the meeting is being live streamed and will be webcast on the Council website. The Council is a data controller under the Data Protection Act. Data collected during the meeting will be held in accordance with the Council's policy. So can I just check that the translation is working? Jeff Evans, can you hear the translation or anybody else who's listening? Thank you. Okay, so we'll turn now to the agenda, and can I just go through members of the committee? First, I think we did introduce ourselves during the first meeting. So the members of the committee are Geraint Webb, Jeff Evans, myself as chair, Glyn Haynes, the vice chair, Trevor Lloyd-Hughes, John Ivan Jones, Robert Llewellyn-Jones, Jackie Lewis, David Roberts, Ken Taylor, Alwen Watkin, Robin Williams, and Liz Wood. And so we'll go on to the first item, which is apologies. I have two apologies, one from Councillor Liz Wood and one from Councillor Robert Llewellyn-Jones. Are there any other apologies? If not, we'll go on to item 2, declaration of interest. Does anybody want to declare an interest in any items that we'll be discussing today? Councillor Llinell-Smeti? Yes, I need to declare an interest, although I'm not a member of the committee, and I will have left the meeting when you discuss the Tim Fynnon application, but I do have a personal interest in that application. I'll just go along the faces I can see. And the next one is Councillor Ken Taylor. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to receive some advice from Mr. Robin Jones concerning item 12.5, Bryn Glas, Bryn Shenkin. As I mentioned in the last meeting, my son is a project manager with DU Construction. At the time, it was a personal declaration, but this is now a significantly larger application. So is it likely to be a prejudicial interest?
Robin Jones on mute.
Mr. Robin Jones is on mute.
Okay. Well, dal ar mute.
He's still on mute. Can you hear me now?
Okay, sorry, Robin Jones yn cael problem.
So Robin Jones is having some difficulty with his microphone. There's a lot of feedback. So we'll see if my microphone will pick up his voice. So if he can just raise his voice a little. So can you hear me now? Yes. Because the development is a significant one. If it's a significant matter for your son's employer, it might be better for you to declare an interest. Yes, I'm going to do that then, Chair. So I'll be leaving the meeting when you discuss item 12.5. Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor. Councillor David Roberts. Yes, I declared an interest in item 7.2 Chwarelai the last time, and I'll be doing the same again. I'll be leaving the meeting. Councillor Alwen Watkin, just to note that I will be speaking on behalf of an elector in my ward on application 7.9. So no further declarations of interest. Just check that there aren't any other hands up. So we'll go on to item 3, the minutes. And to submit for confirmation the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 15th of June. Does anybody propose that they're correct? And is there a seconder? Yes, I propose, Chair, Councillor Trevor Lloyd Hughes. Is there a seconder? Yes, I'm happy to second. Thank you, Councillor Robin Williams. Okay, we'll move on now to item 4, site visits. I think all the members have received a copy of the site visits conducted on the 15th of June and also on the 29th of June. I have to ask you if you accept the minutes as an accurate record of the site visits held on those 2 dates. So is there a proposer and a seconder, please, for the minutes? So the minutes of the 2 site visits. Yes, I'm happy to propose. Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor, and seconded by Councillor Jackie Lewis. Thank you. Thank you for that. So we'll move on now to item 5, public speaking. I think we have 7 items on the agenda for which we have public speakers. I'll just list them quickly and then we'll start on them. And then we'll go back to the items where we don't have public speakers. So we have a public speaker for 7.1, Tim Ffynnon Llanarch 7.4, Bryn Bella, Rhyddi Bay, 7.5, Garreg Lwyd, Holyhead, 7.7, Plot 13, Pentre Coed, Menai Bridge, 7.8, Cumbria and High Wind, High Street, Rosneigr, 7.9, Mornest, Caravan Park, Pentre Berw, and 12.5, land near Brynglas Estates, Bryn Trynkin. So I think we'll go on now to the items where we have public speakers, and we'll start with 7.1, which is OP 2021-10, land adjacent to Tyn y Ffynnon, Llanarch. So I'm going to ask the officer to present the application and to outline the proposal. Then we'll go on to the public speakers. And then we'll take the objector first and the supporter secondly. Just to remind public speakers that you have 3 minutes to address the committee. You will be reminded when the end of the 3 minutes approaches. So we'll go straight on to 7.1. Thank you. The officer, please. Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the usual arrangement is that the public speakers go first and then I can respond to any questions or concerns. So I'd ask the public speaker to go first on this occasion. Thank you. So on item 7.1, OP 2021-10, land near to Tyn Ffynnon, Llanarch. So we'll ask Cadnant Planning, Sioned Edwards from Cadnant Planning to speak in favour or in support of the application. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this application. The proposed development will provide 10 dwellings to help meet the demand for housing on the Isle of Anglesey. 2 of the dwellings would be provided as affordable dwellings for local people only and would remain so in perpetuity. The application site is allocated for housing within the JLDP, and therefore the provision of housing in this location has already been assessed and accepted. A mixture of housing would be provided for local families, couples and elderly and mobility issues. The mix of housing has been assessed and accepted by the Housing Department. Originally, it was proposed to provide 16 dwellings. However, following consultation with Dŵr Cymru at the PAC stage, it was determined that the site could only accommodate a maximum of 10 dwellings due to network capacity issues. The main issue that has been raised during the course of the planning application relates to the loss of informal parking along the B1152 located along the front of the application site. Throughout the application, we have worked with the Community Council and Highways Officer to make changes to provide spaces for the existing residents of Llanarch who currently park along the frontage of the site. It should be noted that these spaces are not formal parking spaces, they're parking along the roadside. Despite this, the applicant has amended the scheme to provide 12 formal parking spaces within the layout of the application site to offset the loss of this unofficial parking at the front of the site. There has been a request to move 3 of the parking spaces within the site closer to the highway. Unfortunately, this could not be provided without having a detrimental impact on the layout of the rest of the site. We have worked tirelessly to improve the parking situation for existing residents, and the applicants can't do any more, unfortunately. The proposal would improve the current situation for residents and road users, and we consider that the application is acceptable in terms of parking provision and road safety. I hope that you as a committee can support this application this afternoon. Thank you for your time. Thank you for that, Sioned. So can I ask the officer to come in now? Thank you, Chair. Just to remind ourselves, the reason for reporting to the committee is because the application was called in by the former councillor, John Griffith, due to residents' concerns and members of the Community Council about the possibility of losing existing parking spaces. The application was presented to the Planning Committee on the 15th of June when members requested a site visit. The site visit was held on the 29th of June, and members are now familiar with the site and its location. You will be familiar with the content of the report, and you will note that the site has been designated for housing. Therefore, I'll focus on parking concerns only. So in terms of parking, the original application presented provided 21 parking spaces that were spread across the residential units on the site. Having received comments from the Highways Authority, the applicant has revised the plan to provide 22 parking spaces associated with the residential units, as well as 6 parking spaces, additional parking spaces for visitors within the site. And they have amended the site boundary along the B1152 to allow 6 further parking spaces along the road. Due to concerns raised by Dŵr Cymru about the capacity of the drainage system in the area, the number of units was reduced from 16 to 10, as Sioned mentioned. This has allowed the applicant to address concerns about parking as there is more space on the site. So the application now provides an appropriate number of parking spaces for the development. It is considered that changing the boundary of the site to provide 6 parking spaces along the B1152 is a significant improvement, because now there will be a purposeful parking space for residents. Discussions have taken place with the Highways Department to ensure that parking impacts are mitigated, I would also note that the parking is already a problem and the development doesn't add to the problem. To the contrary, the developer has tried to address the situation by providing 12 parking spaces for visitors to improve the current parking situation. So the recommendation is that the application is approved in line with the conditions in the committee report and subject to 106 agreement to secure affordable housing and the contribution to education. Thank you. Thank you for that, Liz. So can I ask if any of the local members have any opinions or any contribution before? Chair, I would like to note that we're grateful that the applicant has gone to such trouble to have the discussion with Highways. What I'd like to see now is that Highways continue that discussion with the Community Council, because, you know, there will still be a problem, and on other estates in Llanarch as well as the heavy traffic coming in and creating danger. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jackie Lewis. So any questions or comments? I can see that Councillor Ken Taylor has raised his hand. Thank you, Chair. You, like me, Chair, attended the meeting last night with the Chief Police Inspector on Anglesey, and the biggest point of discussion at that meeting was parking and traffic. It's a problem across the island, in every village, in all our areas. So I'm grateful to the developer for working with the council in this case. I don't think there's much more he can do, and I agree with Councillor Jackie Lewis that it's important that they continue to work with the Community Council and the County Council to make further progress. Thank you. So any further questions or comments by any member of the committee? I can't see anybody with their hands up, so you've heard the proposal, which was to permit. Is there a proposer for that recommendation and a seconder? Or are there any other proposals or an amendment? I propose that we permit in accordance with the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Robbie Williams. Is there a seconder? Yes, I'm happy to second, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor. So that application has been approved. So does anybody have any other proposal? I've just received guidance from Robin Jones. So is everybody happy to approve that application, 7.1? So, okay, that has been approved then. Thank you.
Moving on to the next application, and there is a public speaker again. And I think it's over to Cadnant Planning again. FPL 2121160, Bryn Bella Lawn Sanfraid, Triada Bay. Thank you very much. Can I bring Sianed in straight away? Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. So it's this or the change residential dwelling into a takeaway business. The site is within the development boundary of Triada Bay and is located on Lawn Sanfraid, which runs through the village. A planning application for a similar development has been refused previously, and this application is a resubmittal with amendments and additional information to overcome the reasons for refusal. There were 3 reasons for refusing. First, and the unacceptable impact on residential amenities by virtue of noise and general disturbance. 2, the lack of customer parking. And 3, the lack of information on how consideration has been given to the Welsh language. In terms of the first reason for refusing the application by virtue of the impact on amenities and character of the area, changes to the application submitted include the removal of the outside seating area and the erection of an acoustic fence along the boundary with the neighbouring property. Lengthy discussions have taken place with officers regarding the application, and officers are now happy that there will be no detrimental impact on the amenities of nearby properties. Lawnson's Pride has a mixture of properties, including houses, shops, restaurants, and a garage. The area is not solely residential, and it is not considered that the proposal will have an unacceptable impact on the character of the area. Lengthy discussions and detailed discussions have taken place with the Highways Officer and Planning Officer to address the second reason for refusal in relation to parking. The amended plans now include staff and customer parking spaces at the front and rear of the property, although it is expected that the number of staff with cars will be low, as the majority will be young people from the local area, most of whom can't even drive. The Highways Department is happy that the parking provisions are in line with the SPG. In terms of the Welsh language, the developments will provide opportunities for local people, including Welsh speakers. There is no chip shop in Shallow Bay, and the proposal will lead to money being spent in the village rather than losing out to nearby villages. There will be bilingual signs in the shop. The officer recommends approving the application, and I hope you as a committee will support the application today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sioned. Can I ask the officer to come in here? Yes, thank you, Chair. And apologies if I repeat what Sioned has just said. I think she said most of the things that I was going to refer to, but it's important that we declare the opinion of the planning department, so we'll just continue with that. So the main planning considerations, as noted by the speaker, the main considerations with this application is the effect on amenities, and secondly parking, and the effect on highways. So firstly, in terms of the impact on neighbouring amenities, permission wasn't granted previously, and one reason for rejecting was that the development would have an unacceptable effect on the neighbouring properties because of noise. The current application includes several amendments in an effort to overcome these issues. Again, as the supporter has said, these include removing the seating area for eating hot food outside the shop to protect residential amenities, erecting a high acoustic fence along the southern and eastern boundaries, abuting the residential properties, moving the customer serving area to the kitchen and within the main house, moving the door for deliveries, moving the flue from the nearby dwelling, moving the waste storage area to the northern part of the site away from dwelling houses, and then limiting the opening hours to protect the amenities of nearby properties. On balance, given the amendments together with the mitigation measures being proposed, the proposed developments will not have an acceptable impact on the amenities of occupants of the adjacent dwelling. Secondly, in terms of highways and parking, the current application has been amended so that there are 2 parking spaces in front of the property and 5 at the back. The 2 spaces will be available for customers, and then there will be 4 available for staff. In order to access the parking spaces at the rear of the property, the existing garage will be reduced to allow sufficient vehicle movement. After assessing the amendments included within the current application, the Highways Department are of the view that the parking arrangements complies with the SPG. In addition, the street car parking spaces are available on the street, and within a public car park approximately 180 metres away near Ocean's Edge and the sea shanty. Considering the proposed amendments being proposed, the development is considered acceptable. There are parking spaces for staff and customers, along with mitigation measures in an attempt to protect the amenities of local properties. The recommendation is then to approve the application subject to the conditions noted in the report. Thank you. Thank you for that, Rhys. I can see that there is a hand up already, so can I ask David Rhys-Thomas to come in, please? Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Thank you for all the work that's gone into the Brimbella application that's been ongoing for a number of years now. And it's nice to see it coming to a conclusion. Of course, Treadder Bay is the only seaside area on Anglesey without a chip shop. And I think the majority of people are supportive. I don't have any objection to this application. However, the site, it's located in the wrong place. The previous application was refused because of traffic issues, and I don't think this has changed enough, and that it won't mitigate traffic issues. There's room for 4 cars at the back, but it will be difficult to get in and out. I don't see it being very different to the original application, but we've heard from the officers. So I do think the development will make the issues worse in Treadder. But we have to respect the views of the officers, of course. The second point I have in relation to the Welsh language. I hope everyone has had a chance to look at the papers. There is a business plan linked to this application, and that's all in English. The Welsh language isn't mentioned, and the brand they're proposing is 53 North Treadder Bay. Well, I don't know where that's come from, but it doesn't sound very Welsh to me. The owner or the applicant runs a business, a similar business in Rhosneigr, called Scarlett's. Again, there's a little Welsh to be seen in connection with that business. So I am asking this committee, I don't know what your powers are, to respect the Welsh language, to give the shop a Welsh name, to have bilingual menus, websites. This is very important for me, and hopefully to all members of this committee. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Thomas. But, valid points and interesting points there. Are there any more comments? Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. Thank you very much, Chair. I agree with what Councillor David Rhys-Thomas has just said. I've looked at the business plan. I'm afraid to say that the information you've received this morning, that there are 6 full-time opportunities there and 12 part-time. So how are they all going to fit into this car park at the rear? I don't know. I was passing there this morning and I looked down and there is a little alley to the bungalow behind this building. Nobody's mentioned this. Why I'm asking the question is, in Treadder Bay, as David said, there are parking issues, especially close to this location. And I believe that more work needs to be done. If Sioned can look into things further, perhaps into the parking issues, because at the end of the day, it does create huge problems, believe me, and I'm sure David will agree with me. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say at the moment. Thank you very much, Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. Are there any more comments? Councillor Jackie Lewis. Yes, I just want to support what Councillor David Rhys-Thomas just said, referring to the Welsh language. I think with what's going on at the island at the moment, having our Welsh names are being translated into silly English names. I don't know how much influence that the council has or this committee has, but certainly I would like to see more of a push to make sure more bilingualism, especially with signs and so forth. Years ago, there was a plan for Welsh signage that was being run by Menter Môn, linked with the County Council, and we worked closely with the planning departments to make sure that bilingual signs were erected. Could this happen? Thank you very much, Councillor Jackie Lewis. I can see Sioned has her hand up. Is that allowed? Can I ask first for Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes to come in? One other thing, Chair. I'm sorry. Sioned said that young people will be employed. Can you tell me, and with certainty that only young people will be working there? It's concerning to me that you've said or mentioned young people there. I don't like that. And as you know, they may be, adults will probably be using the place as well and will be employed there. I can see where you're all coming from. Yes, something like this is needed in Trevor Bay, but at the moment I can't support it because of the problems with parking. Thank you, Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. We will not allow public speakers to come back usually, but because the question has been asked, I will allow Sioned just to answer the question or the questions that have been raised. Very quickly, Sioned, please. Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the points that have been raised, I accept them. Accept the point regarding the Welsh language, and I would agree with you that there is a role here for the council and for us as an agent, and for the applicant as well to do what she can to make sure that there's a Welsh name for the business. And she has agreed already to change that. I know what's in the business plan, but she is willing to give the business a Welsh name. She is also willing to provide a bilingual menu and signage to make sure that the Welsh is prominent within the business. And just to come back on the points of Councillor Trevor Hughes regarding young people that will be employed, it's just to reflect at the moment the business in Rhosneigr. When I talk about young people, I'm talking about people who are maybe studying their A-levels or who are at university or college. Those who work in the hospitality industry locally, many of them are young people, and a lot of those don't have cars. So in terms of travelling to the site, they're either local and can walk there or catch the bus, or they get a lift by their parents. So hopefully that will answer the questions and concerns regarding the young people. Thank you, Sioned. Any more questions? Before asking the officer, can I bring Rhys back in then? Thank you, Chair. So just regarding the Welsh language, I know that this is a very emotive subject. It's had lots of attention in the news lately. The planning department can't force people to use Welsh language names. I'm glad to hear that Sioned is willing to do this voluntarily. That's good to hear. I don't have any more to add. Thank you. So we've listened to the public speakers, we've had a discussion, and I believe that the proposal is one of permittals. So I'm going to ask, is there a proposer and a seconder for this application to permit the application in Bryn Belal on San Fried?
Oes 'na rywun yn cynnig fel arall?
Is there anyone proposing? Councillor Jeff Evans has his hand up. Chess, apologies, I didn't see his hand up.
Yes, I'm quite happy to
Yeah,
propose.
sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Jeff. Yeah, okay.
I'm quite happy to propose that this is permitted in line with the officer's recommendations. It is needed in the area, it's of benefit, it's supporting business and more so providing a public need.
Okay. Diolch cynghorydd Jeff Evans, nithon ni golli rhywfaint o'r diwedd o fanna.
Apologies, Jeff. We missed a bit at the end there, but we did get the pass that you are proposing that this is permitted. Is there a second to that proposal? If nobody else will, I'm happy to second. Thank you very much. Councillor Robin Williams. Is there a proposal? Another proposal? Contrary. I propose that it is rejected because of issues to do with parking and transportation. There is a problem in the area, especially near this development. Thank you. Is there a second to that proposal then? I can't see. So I take it then, because I think we may have to go to a vote. Sorry, Councillor Ken Taylor has his hand up. I'm happy to see this going to second Councillor Trevor Hughes' proposal. Okay, so we'll go to a vote. I'll go round all the names of the councillors who are present and ask if you are for or against. I'll go down the list. Geraint Bab. Can I have a few minutes to think, because I'm not 100%, sorry. Jeff Evans. I take it because it's been proposed by you that you are in favour.
Permit.
Diolch, Jeff. Thank you. Glenn Haynes.
Yeah, well, personally, I think they've addressed the issues on the Welsh language, so I'm happy with that. As regards to traffic, I know it's a nightmare. If you go there in 2 weeks' time when the kids are off school, on St. Friday, it's just gridlock there, you know? And if you want to see road rage at its finest, that's the place to go, you know, it really is. But as regards that, in favour of the actual proposal, I'm in favour.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Lloyd Hughes, take it as the proposer to the amendments that you are against. John Evan Jones. Thank you, Chair. I'm in favour of businesses like this in the area. This is a very difficult one because parking is a huge issue there. And I hear everyone else on the committee talking about the parking issue. So something has to be done about that. But in terms of the business, I'm going to move in favour of the application and permits. Councillor Robert Llewellyn-Jones isn't with us, so I'll move on to Councillor Jackie Lewis. I also feel like everyone else, we want businesses, we want work. Traffic is an issue. I don't know what can be done about it. But if they are going to lead to so many jobs and they're going to respect the Welsh language, then I don't think we can refuse. So I'm in favour. Thank you. Councillor David Roberts has also spoken. No, I haven't. I'm David Roberts, not David Rhys Thomas. Apologies. with the traffic concerns, I am in favour of the application, but what I'm not sure about is with takeaways. A lot of them take orders over the phone and then people come and pick them up with a car. If it was just for people walking to the site or parking elsewhere, it would be okay. So I'm not sure. You could control it so that they to limit how many telephone orders are taken and so forth. But I think that's beyond the remit of planning and whether that can be. But in general, I'm in favour. Councillor Ken Taylor, I take it as the one who seconded that you are against Alwyn, Councillor Alwyn Watkin, considering that they have, or they are going to address the Welsh language issue. I am supportive because I think there is a need. We need work for young people locally. Thank you for that. And lastly, because the Councillor Wood isn't with us, Councillor Robin Williams. I've seconded, so I'm in favour. I take it then from counting the votes. Sorry, Geraint Beth, back to you. Sorry for that. Have you had time to think? As somebody who visits Seattle Bay quite often, parking is an issue. But having said that, we need to support local businesses, so I think I'm in favour. Thank you. So that means, and Robin Jones will confirm, that has been passed, it's been permitted. 8 for and 2 against. So that's been passed. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll move on now to the next application, 7.5. This is Garreg Lwyd Road, Holyhead. I don't have any speakers on this application. I think some might have come in late, so I'll hand over to the officer. Yes, I'd like to come in, please, Chair. So just in terms of reason for reporting to the committee, the application was called in to be determined by the Planning Committee on the request of the local member, Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes, due to local concerns about road safety, overdevelopment of the site and appearance of the development in the local area. Following concerns raised in the local committee, the applicant has agreed to undertake a traffic assessment. The council received this transport assessment yesterday, so the recommendation I'd like to make is to defer this application to the next committee to ensure that the Highways Department and local members have time to consider the content of this report before determining it. Thank you. Thank you. So, any comments? Do you all accept that we won't discuss this application any further today until we've had an opportunity to see the results of the traffic assessment and its recommendations? Councillor Robbie Williams first. Yes, I propose that we accept the officer's recommendations and defer this application. Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. Yes, I agree, Chair. The only thing I'd ask for is, do you have the report from Mr. Griffiths, Greystones Cottage in the office? And if it is, I think it's important that we receive that by the next meeting. I think that has been received, Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. We've received a number of late applications to speak on this application. If the officer can confirm that. Yes, we have received correspondence from the next door neighbours, so we can show those pictures at the request of Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes at the next meeting. Thank you for that. So we'll be discussing this application at the next meeting. Thank you.
Moving on to the next one, 7.7 FPL 2021-2067, pot 13 Pentre Coed Menai Bridge. There are 2 public speakers, one objecting the development, and Sarina Farouk from Cadnant Planning. So can I ask Anrian Hughes, reminding her that she has 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I represent neighbours who live in the vicinity of the Pentre Coed development. Over the year, we have opposed the different stages of this development. The 8 holiday cabins, then the further 4 new houses, and now the application to build yet another house, 13 houses in rural Anglesey. And I say houses because the most recent development does not consist of a holiday cabin, but a substantial housing estate. Over the last few years, 13 planning applications have been submitted, which have changed the nature of the 4 newly completed houses. They are quite different from what was initially approved. The original planning conditions were gradually removed. The roof ridge height was increased. The layout of the houses was widened. The layout of most of the windows changed. They are oppressive without adding another one, and they are often a shock to most first-time visitors. But most alarmingly, officers and the planning departments allowed the owners of the houses to occupy them for 12 months a year without any obstructions or monitoring. Considering the effect on the development on the Welsh language, Cadnant Planning say that in 1.3 in their Welsh language documents that the extra house will not be a permanent home, will not have an effect on the Welsh language in the area. This is reiterated in the business plan. But people have and are living in these houses permanently, despite there being a condition stating that they should not be used as their main residence or permanent home. And the risk is that this will be the case in this application and with every other holiday home estate being built on Anglesey. There will be no monitoring. We all know that the influx into the countryside has increased recently. At the number of permanent residents in the established lot sites, as they are called by Cadnant Planning, and other holiday home developments, and you will find that the crisis is even worse than originally thought. Simon Brooks warned in his report to Welsh governments that second homes are spreading from coast to countryside, as was the case with Pentre Coed. To the original 5 houses on narrow rural lane, 12 houses were added in a short space of time. In addition, there are sewage problems on the site, and any other developments would create serious problems. Also considering that the Eilian River flows past the site. Cadnant Planning in their Welsh language document 1.4 states this holiday units would be developed by a company that employs a number of Welsh-speaking employees and subcontractors. From what we saw, employees of the Omega Company, an English company doing the building and clearing work at Pentre Coed. Workers, the business plan points 1.3, 1.7, 1.14 state that the additional house applied for will be adapted for the person with special needs. Apologies. The company, Rwan Newell, have already built 4 houses on the site, but obviously did not consider adapting any of these for a person with special needs or building a single-story house. Only in the revised version is there mention of adapting the house for a person with additional needs. In their business plans, Cadnant Planning claimed that the Pentre Coed Holiday Park would enhance and protect the Welsh language and culture and sustain local rural communities while providing opportunities for young people to remain in their communities. In my opinion, these are empty words, if ever there were any. Giving young people of Anglesey the opportunity to rent, build homes in their local locality would help young people remain in their own communities. I apologise. Young people face. Apologies, Mrs. Hughes, I have to cut across. You've gone over the 3 minutes, I'm afraid. Apologies for that. I lost connection for a few seconds there as well. My screen froze, so I had to rejoin. Apologies for that. But can I thank you for your contribution? You were given over 3 minutes, and that was because my screen had frozen more than anything else. Thank you for your comments. Can I move on then? I take it there is a speaker in favour, Serena Farouk from Cadnant Planning. Thank you.
Prynhawn da.
Good afternoon.
Diolch for the opportunity.
Thank you for the opportunity.
The proposals for the erection of a single holiday lodge at Plot 13 to the existing holiday lodge park at Pentracoed Country Park. The application site comprises land that already forms part of the country park and has been used as a temporary compound and storage area. When viewed, the plot forms a natural extension to the built form of the park itself, and an addition of a holiday lodge in this location would not look out of place in the context of its surroundings. It would match the design, scale, and layout of the other lodges on the site. The proposal is for the addition of one lodge only, and therefore the development would not result in any significant impact upon the existing road network and infrastructure in the area. Pentracoed Country Park is an established holiday lodge park with a total of 12 holiday lodges at the premises, and the lodges are used for holiday purposes only, and if permitted, the proposed development would have a condition attached to secure that the occupation of the unit would be for holiday purposes only. The holiday lodge is specifically sought for an individual with specific needs. There is currently a lack of provision of holiday accommodation within rural North Wales for visitors with disabilities, and the individual has found it increasingly difficult to find suitable holiday accommodation on Anglesey that would cater for his specific needs. The proposed development would help address this gap in the market within an established holiday park on Anglesey, and would allow for this individual to continue to visit rural North Wales despite his disability. The proposal would also support a local rural business and would in turn support the local rural economy through knock-on benefits brought about by the tourist industry. The proposal would provide the opportunity for Anglesey County Council to support and celebrate inclusivity regarding provision of wheelchair-friendly self-catering units on Anglesey, and therefore we consider that the application should be approved.
Diolch yn fawr iawn,
Thank you
Sarina.
very much, Serena. Can I bring the officer in before opening up to questions from members of the committee, starting with the local member? Thank you, Chair. So just to remind us, the reason for reporting to the committee is at the request of Councillor Alan Mummery and former Councillor Meirion Jones. The application site is located in open countryside on land forming part of the Pentracoed Holiday Park in Menebridge. As you saw during the site visit, Pentracoed is a holiday park. It's an established park and there are 12 units. This application is for erecting one further unit. The main planning consideration is to comply with Tour 2 policy of the JLDP. Policy Tour 2 relates to holiday accommodation and states that proposals will be permitted considering that they are a high quality in terms of design, layout and appearance and conform with the relevant policy criteria. Considering the location and design, it is therefore considered that it complies with criteria number 1, 2 and 4 of the policy. In terms of criteria 5, applications should not lead to overdevelopments in an area. The latest data shows that second homes and self-catering holiday accommodation in Menebridge Community Council area is 8.23%. This is much lower than the threshold of 15% as noted in the guidelines. As the development is for one additional holiday unit, the Highways Department have not raised any concerns The development includes landscaping that will improve the biodiversity of the sites currently used as a compound. The proposal is considered to be compliant with the relevant development policies and is acceptable in terms of siting and design, and it is not considered that the proposal would be detrimental to highway safety or the amenities of neighbouring properties. In response to the concerns raised by the objector, these concerns are in relation to the use of the units, which it isn't anything to do with this application. This will need to be brought to the attention of the enforcement team. There are conditions on this unit, number 2 in the report, to make sure that it is occupied as a holiday accommodation only and won't be used as somebody's main residence. The condition also states that registers should be kept of use to make sure it is used for holiday purposes only. It isn't possible for the County Council to monitor every accommodation on the island. So having a register will help to monitor the effect of the Welsh language. Just to stress, this is just for one holiday unit. And it won't be lived in permanently and won't have a detrimental effect on the Welsh language. Simon Brooks's report refers to the effect of second homes and not holiday accommodation. However, there are guidelines by the council, as noted previously, that refers to the percentage of second homes and holiday homes in the area to protect our language and rural communities. As noted, the percentage for Menebridge is 8.23%, which is much lower than the 15% threshold. So it is considered that it is compliant with the policy. The recommendation then is for it to be approved, subject to the conditions noted in the report. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rhys. I think we lost connection for a while there, again, because of my screen. I think there are technical and connection issues this afternoon. My screen has frozen twice already. As I've read the papers, so I am familiar with the background. Can I ask then, first of all, if any of the local members have any comments to make before? Oh, I can see there's one hand up already by Councillor Alan Murray. Thank you very much. First of all, you're continuing to refer to them as holiday lodges. If this is a lodge, then to me, it is much more than a cabin. Thank you for arranging the site visit. This will hopefully be helpful to you this afternoon to understand the concerns of local residents, as reported by Mrs. Hughes. As noted, the original application goes back to 2017 and was granted on appeal in 2018. This was for 4 Scandinavian lodges. Since then, there have been 9 successful applications to remove some of the conditions. But there was no reference to how or when the 4 turned to 12. I asked for the timeline, and I asked for this information for today, and here we are today discussing the application for yet another one to come 13 units. In your recommendation of you permit, and you say again that there is no permission to live there permanently, even though you have heard to the contrary that during lockdown people were living there permanently. Something else should be noted, people's time of arrival, the time they leave, their permanent address. You refer to how is this inspected? Is there an officer who visits the register? And then some people who are living there longer than that they are allowed, how do you check up on this? Or is it just when complaints come in, which has been the case with 2 units that we have been made aware of? If there isn't arrangements for monitoring, then this development for number 13, like others on the site, it will become permanent residence, especially the way that they look and the way they've been constructed. Much different to the Scandinavian lodges. And maybe lastly, this may not be relevant, but you don't refer to the comments of the Community Council who local residents, even though they live in Mynydd Bridge, they pay the rates for Penmynydd, so this complicates the issue somewhat. It's a matter for you, of course, to decide on the application, but this development is a classic example of how easy it is to remove conditions and for the elements to get too big for the room. Thank you very much. I think my other councillors want to say a word as well. Sorry, I was on mute. Can I thank you, Councillor Alun Murray? Who is the next local member? I'm here. Councillor Dyfed Jones. Thank you, Chair. Just want to support what Alan just said. And I think this is the point to note in terms of this application, but certainly similar ones to the future, is the accumulation of minor amendments, I think they were referred to as. Minor amendments, and a lot of minor amendments at the end of the day leads to a huge amendment. And this is the concern we have as members. And after see it on the site visit, obviously I'm familiar with the site, but having watched the site visits, looking to the left as you're going into the site and seeing the cabin, yes, their cabins, and then looking to the right and seeing something that can only be described as houses. I don't know if there is a more technical term, but they are houses. They're not cabins in any sense of the word, in my opinion. So just for the committee to take that into consideration. Yeah, this is just one. It's been explained like one unit. But the precedent has been set over a number of years from 2017 onwards. And the committee needs to consider this. And also I want to support Mrs. Hughes' words as a local member. And she should be commended for that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Dyfed Jones. I think Councillor Ken Taylor has his hand up. Thank you, Chair. Again, Mrs. Hughes and the two local members have hit the nail on the head as far as I'm concerned. What I would like is, can somebody define what is a holiday? To a normal person like me, the holiday season is 2 weeks in Easter and 6 weeks in summer. Who defines the holiday period? Who decides that? As you've heard, there are people staying here around the year, and it is a huge issue that we face as a committee. Going forward, this will set a precedent for other similar applications. Thank you, Ken Taylor. Councillor Alwen Watkin. Yes, as somebody who was quite new to this committee, I have to admit, I've been astounded. I was astounded at the site visit. When you talk about Pentre Coed, you'd imagine seeing houses made of timber and that cabins have been used. But for me, these certainly aren't cabins. They are houses. We know that there are people living in these houses throughout the year. And the officer has noted that it would be impossible to monitor, really, whether people do live there throughout the year. And so I can't see how we can permit such a development. And certainly, it is a huge concern for me that it is on a very narrow lane, even though we're talking about only one house this time. It has developed quickly, and I don't see how we can agree with such an application. Anyone else? Any further comments? Councillor John Ivan Jones? Sorry, and then Jeff Evans. I've just seen his hand up. In terms of planning considerations, I see there is a Rhyfel Newydd, a house next door. Can we have more information on that? Is that's part of the development, or is it just a private person next door? Can anyone answer that question? No, it's not anything to do with it, and people do live there. Rhyfel Newydd was there way before the time of Pentre Coed. Thank you for that comment, Councillor Robin Williamson and Alan Murray. Councillor John Ivan Jones, do you have anything else? No, my origin question was, is Rhyfel Newydd house to do with the developments? Is there an owner of the developments that lives in it? No, they're a local family. The reason I'm asking the question is because the new house at the end, I think there would be planning considerations, looking over to somebody's garden, lights, overlooking. So I have concerns just from that side of things, and they are planning considerations. Thank you very much for that comment. We're losing connection every now and again. The internet isn't as strong today. Councillor Jeff Evans has his hand up, and then Councillor David Roberts.
Can I say how this application confuses me to a degree? I can recollect when I last sat on planning, that legislation did change as to time that can be spent living in holiday homes, be it caravans, caravan sites, be it lodges. At one time, there was a legislation which stipulated you could only live in them, I forget the exact terms, February to October. But then I know that I sat in on a meeting which extended that time, I believe, to all the year round. And I would like to ask the solicitor or planning, what is the exact legislation state? Can people stay in holiday homes annually, or is there an exact stipulation that they can only enter the property in February and have to leave by October? What is the legislation, please?
The officer like to come in there. I've made a list of responses, so I will wrap them up at the end, if that's okay. We'll move on then. And then the officer will answer all the questions at the end. Councillor David Roberts. Yes, the only thing I want to say is we have experience locally of a holiday park where there was a register supposed to be kept, and I don't think that's ever happened. There was never anyone monitoring the register. I think the monitoring is a problem. But of course, we're not here to decide on the monitoring. We're here to decide on the application. It would be nice if we could have some assurance that that monitoring is going to happen, but I don't think it will. We need to try and monitor these applications, because in time, there will be enough applicants to be able to use that house throughout the year if we don't keep an eye on things. So it is something that will have to be looked at for the rest of time, unfortunately. Thank you very much, David Roberts. Valid points there and relevant points. Councillor Robin Williams. Yes, thank you very much. As far as this isn't concerned, what you have here, as you've seen from the site visits that I wasn't able to attend that day, is Pentre Coed started as a small development, but has by now grown to be sort of trebled in size on a very narrow lane. from ffordd Penmynydd over to Pentraeth, coming out by Pentraeth Automotive is almost impossible these days, and I don't think it would be a good idea to increase the number of houses on the site, because at the end of the day, when you look at that map in front of you of Rhyfel Newydd across the way, there were only half a dozen houses on this lane originally, but this has increased substantially. The site, I've been a councillor and I've had to deal with issues about the development over the years. And then there's yet another application for yet another house on the site. I think this is overdevelopment in a rural area, and it is something that we should be supporting today. Thank you very much, Councillor Robin Williams. Anyone else? Have I missed anyone? Or are we going to hand over to the officer for those responses on some of the points that you have raised, very important points? Can I apologise about the internet? We are losing connection every now and again. I don't know if the problem is the same for you, but I am missing bit.
Sgyrsia, ymddiheuriadau am hynny.
So apologies for that. So can we bring the officer in, please? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. There are lots of very valid points that have been raised. I've noted them, and I'll just go through them. Not in priority, just the way that I've written them down. So the question about monitoring and keeping a record. Obviously, as I said, this is very important to us as the planning department and the enforcement team. So if people will be staying in the cabin when they're not supposed to, but obviously we as planning departments can't monitor every holiday accommodation on Anglesey. That's an impossible task. A lot of the concerns that have been raised are to do with maybe outside this application, the current use of the existing units. So I think we need to keep those to one side. If there are concerns, then I would encourage you to refer those concerns to the enforcement team and deal with them separately, but they're not part of this application. And then every application is, there have been a number of applications for this site, and every application is considered on its own merits. And I accept that the councillor was saying that there were 10 or more applications that have been, but each one of those has been considered on its own merits. And then the question regarding what is the holiday period or holiday season? I know in the past, it was 10 months. What wasn't the example given for holiday accommodation to stop all year-round occupation? But guidelines do allow us to give up to 12 months now. But there is an addition that it isn't a primary residence. And then there's a concern about the house next door. We've looked at this. It does comply with the guidelines and this additional planning guidelines in terms of distance from the house. And there are measures to prevent overlooking. And so this is something that we have considered. And then lastly, Councillor Robin Williams had concerns about the highway. We have consulted with highways and they are happy with the proposal. So we as planning authority, with our expertise. So I think I've answered everything there. Thank you. Thank you for that. I can see that Councillor Jeff Evans has his hand up again. Jeff?
Yes, I would just like to come back in because what the officer said was exactly what I thought it was. Originally, there was a 10-month period when people could come to holiday homes, caravans, etc. And it was determined that people could now stay there for up to 12 months. I don't know if they have to apply for that. I think, and I don't see what difference it really makes if an house is occupied for 10 months, 6 months, 12 months. I think the most benefit out of holiday homes is if they're occupied all the year round. I don't see any benefit really in homes being just left empty for periods of time. But what the officer said was, what Rhys Lloyd-Jones just said, is exactly as it is. They're not breaking any law, that's what he was saying, by staying in an holiday home for 12 months. They are adhering to legislation. And if you don't have, because that's the key to all of this, if you were also saying that Anglesey County Council do not have the resource, do not have the manpower to even check on this anyway, it's unenforceable. You might as well just make it open anyway, because you haven't got the manpower to follow it through. So how are we going to deal with it? Thank you.
Diolch, Cynghorydd Jeff Evans. Ydy'r...
Thank you,
Sorry.
Councillor Jeff Evans. Chucky Lewis, and then I will ask Chris to come back in just to summarise. Jackie Lewis, just a quick question. The people who stay in these houses at the moment, how long have they been there? Is it a holiday home or is it a residential property being rented by does anyone know? Good question. I don't know. I don't have the answer. Does the officer want to come back in? Would you be happy for Serena to answer that question? Serena, you're given permission to respond to that question.
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, they're all used as holiday homes, whether that is a second home and it's within their ownership or as a rented holiday home, but they are all holiday homes.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you very much. Your hand is still up, Councillor Jackie Williams. Councillor Robin Williams. Yes, one question, if I may, for the officer. You mentioned the figure of 8% of homes in Menebridge being considered as holiday homes. When was that study made? I'll answer that question first, if I may. 8.23%. Just to be totally clear, 8.23%, not 8%. So the threshold in the subsidiary planning guidelines says anything under 15% is acceptable and isn't considered an over provision. So just so that we're totally clear on that. But the question I'm asking is, when was the study done? When did we work those statistics out? Recently? Yes, these are given to us by the council tax department. So when an application comes in, we consult with council tax. And so these are the most recent figures. Okay, thank you. Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. I am concerned, Chair. Are we supposed to look at this as the planning department? I note what the other councillors have said and what a number of people have said about the background. But in my opinion today, we have to look at this in terms of planning and is it within the planning policies? And I'm not sure how to go about it. That's the only thing I have to say. Thank you, Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. I think that is a very important point. I don't disagree with the comments that have been made, but yes, it's fair that we need to stress that we have to look at this in terms of the technical planning side of things. Councillor John Evan Jones wants to come back. Just quickly, I want to ask if the owner of Rhyfel Newydd has put in a complaint or has contacted the officers. I missed the first part of that question because of the internet. I don't know whether you want to ask the question again. Yes, I was just asking if the owner of Rhyfel Newydd, the house next door, has made any comments about the application. I couldn't tell you without looking at the file, I'm afraid. I don't have the information to hand. Thank you. Right then. Are there any further comments? I can't see any hands up. And again, the internet is playing up. It's very slow for me this end. I can't see people's faces or anything. Don't know who has their hand up. I apologise for that again. So can I just ask the officer to remind us of the recommendation, please, before moving to a vote or asking for a proposal and a second? Yes. So the recommendation is that it is approved, conditions subject to the conditions included in the report. I'm struggling here to hear anything. I don't know whether Robin can hear. I can hear hardly anything.
Robin, dach ar mute.
Robin, you're on mute.
Mae'r cadeirydd wedi gorfod camu allan o'r
The
stafell.
chair has to step out of the room. Can I ask the vice chair to step in?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Councillor Jeff Evans, you'd like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The sooner we get back to having face-to-face meetings in Anglesey County Council, the better. Whether it's Zoom, whether it's internet, whether it's chat, whether it's 101 other issues, there are ongoing issues. People are missing meetings. Things are breaking up. We are missing important words and important business. It is not appropriate. And until we can resolve those issues, I think Anglesey County Council should put in place an action so that we meet once again in the chamber, face to face, open to open, and not via this internet. It's a scandal as it's working, and I'm not a very happy bunny with it.
Yeah, I understand that the next full meeting of the planning committee will be the opportunity to have it face to face in the chamber. On that note, I notice the chair has returned, so I'll hand back to him.
Yeah, gai ddiolch, gai
Thank you. And yes, that's right. I'm not sure what the issue is this afternoon, but can I apologise to everyone? And certainly I'm not happy either. I'm struggling sometimes to hear what people are saying. And the computer has frozen several times. And this is something that we need in a public meeting that is being broadcasted. So I do apologise. We will try our best to carry on. But as the Vice Chair said, I believe that then we will be in a better situation in the next meeting because it will be hopefully in the chamber. So again, Rhys, can you please summarise the proposal here, please, the recommendation, and then we'll move to we'll ask for a proposal as a second. Yes, Chair. So the recommendation is that it is permitted, subject to the conditions included in the report. Thank you. Is there a proposer? Jeff Evans.
Yeah, I'd like to propose it. I see no reason that we shouldn't back the decision of the officers who are the experts in this field. They've made a decision that it's not breaking any rules. There's no real reasoning to turn it down. And I too can see no benefits of not supporting this application.
Diolch, Cynghorydd Jeff Evans.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff Evans. Is there a seconder to that proposal? Or is there another proposal to the contrary? I'm happy to second it then. There are issues with the monitoring, but hopefully that will improve. But in terms of the application, it complies with everything. So thank you, Councillor David Roberts. So is there another proposal? Yes, I would like to propose looking at policy tour 2 and the second point under that the development isn't suitable in the location. I think this has been blown out of proportion. It is much larger than intended originally. And so I am going to propose that we refuse the application. Thank you, Councillor Robin Williams. I can see 2 hands up. I want a seconder for this one, please. If you're going to second. I'm happy to second the proposal that we refuse this application for the exact same reasons. Put the tour 2 in the JLDP. Any further comments? Or we'll move to a vote in the same way as we did previously. I'll go through the list and ask every member of the committee if they are for or against. So if you agree or disagree. Starting again, I'm afraid to say, with Councillor Geraint Bebb. I am against. So I agree with the proposal made by Councillor Robin Williams. Councillor Jeff Evans.
You are proposing...
Limit.
Yeah, diolch. Cynghorydd Glyn Haynes.
Councillor Glyn Haynes.
Yes, well, I always take very seriously the considerations of the local members, except where the fish and chips are concerned, as in an earlier proposal. But in this one, I've got to say no, I'm in favour of it as regards the planning matter.
Trevor Lloyd-Hughes.
Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. I'm in favour, but I also declare that we need to look into the situation in terms of how this has happened. At the moment, unfortunately, or fortunately, I am in favour. Councillor John Evan Jones, I take it. Oh no, you didn't second, did you? Sorry, Councillor John Evan Jones, are you for or against? Because the information, all the information isn't available in terms of the house next door or whether there are any complaints have been received, I'm going to go against. Thank you. Councillor Robert Llewellyn Jones isn't with us. Councillor Jackie Lewis. This one is a very difficult one. I don't know what's happened in terms of the site, and so much change, and the change from cabins to houses. I'm not sure who's living in them, how long they've been living there. I don't know where we stand with having more information. But can I just ask quickly through the chair, what are the conditions, Rhys, in terms of permitting? So there are a number of conditions. I'll just have to go find the right page, if you bear with me a second. So the most important one in this one is number 2, which makes sure that the holiday unit is occupied as a holiday of accommodation only, and that a register is kept of everyone who stays in the holiday unit. and that the information is available for the planning authority if we ask for it. So that's, I think, is the most important and relevant condition. I think that's it's concerning to me that we don't know this. We can't monitor this in the future. So then because of that, I have to say that I am against on this occasion. I understand your point that we don't and we can't monitor. Because even though there are concerns regarding who's living there and so forth and how things are being run, nobody seems to have done anything and gone out to check. So even if complaints have been made and the council hasn't been out, how can you say, or how can you monitor the future? I can make sure that if a complaint has been made, that the enforcement team will have been out to check. I can guarantee you that. I'm not sure what this has to do with this application in front of us today. The condition has been added. It's quite clear, I think. Am I the last one to make a decision? No, there are others as well. Will you come back to me then, please, for me to just have a second to think? Councillor David Roberts. Yes, like I said, I have concerns, but in favour of the application as it is in front of us. Councillor Ken Taylor. Against. Thank you for that. I think lastly, Councillor Liz Wood isn't with us, and Councillor Robin Williams has proposed that we refuse, and Councillor Alwyn Watkin has seconded that proposal of refusal, and they are against the development. There isn't anyone else, Jackie, so I'll have to come back to you for a decision before we see where we're at. So Councillor Jackie Lewis, okay. After thinking, I'm in favour after hearing what the officer had to say. Thank you. Five in favour and 5 against, so you have a vote as well. Thank you very much. Well, I've listened to everything and I agree with a number of the comments that have been made, and they're very important. And I don't believe that it is an easy decision, one way or the other. But as chair of the planning committee, and have seen the recommendation of the officer as chair, I have to. I'm in favour of the application on this occasion, but noting that we need to look and take some of the comments that have been made seriously regarding the monitoring. I agree with the officer that it is a condition, so it is recognised in the application. I accept that there is a situation of an overdevelopment, but this is an application for one unit, one house. And I also understand the concerns regarding traffic, and this is something that we will have to consider when we discuss similar applications. But on the technical basis and as chair of the committee, I have to go with the recommendation of the officers on this occasion. Thank you. So that has been approved from 6 to 5. Thank you for that.
So can we move on now to application 7.8, Cumbria and High Wind, High Street, Trosnaker. We do have 2 public speakers, 1 objector and 1 supporter. So can I turn straight away to Mr. Andrew Dawson to come in And I'll remind him that he has 3 minutes to present his comments. Thank you, Mr. Dawson.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for giving me the opportunity of speaking. I'll try and keep it brief. I hope all of the committee have seen my formal objection produced by Elford Williams on my behalf and filed on the 8th of December last year, which fully explains my views. But in brief, I'd like to make a couple of observations. I and my wife are the owners of the adjoining property and indeed share a party wall with the proposed development. And whilst there are well-documented general reasons for objection, I will mention a few: the increased traffic on an already crazy and chaotic high street, blind access from the development on the road opposite the library, and insufficient parking for the development, particularly the restaurant. There clearly is not enough parking for staff and customers. However, the main reason for my objection, and I hope you don't think it is a selfish objection, is the impact on our own privacy and the quiet enjoyment of our home. To read the council planner's recommendation where it states, and I quote, "For the reasons set out in their report, it is considered there will be no adverse impact on the amenity of neighbouring property." Unfortunately, I have to disagree. We have a shared wall with the development, which, if passed, is to be demolished and rebuilt twice as high in places with windows inset into the wall and directly overlooking our property. Surely, on planning grounds, this cannot be allowed without our consent. I'm all for progress and fully accept that the current building is an eyesore and needs to change. However, I think the proposed development is completely over the top and would be more suited to a street scene in Barcelona rather than the seaside village of Rosniger. In my humble view, there is absolutely no need for a 10-bed hotel, restaurant and surf shop. There are already many, and indeed an increasing number of holiday lets available. There are at least 10 catering establishments and 2 surf shops, which for the size of Rosniger is surely ample. Anyway, I digress. In its current form, the development will be overbearing and overwhelming for our property, and the proposal to put a window directly in the shared wall, albeit a privacy window, some 6 feet away from our own dining room and kitchen windows, is surely not allowable. Furthermore, the proposed rear balcony directly adjoins and overlooks our patio area where we eat and entertain. And when I say directly overlooks, I mean directly. It adjoins and is 6 feet above our patio. I understand the developer has suggested there is already a patio there. This is not true. What is there is a raised walkway to the rear of the property, which in 20 years has hardly been used. Also, it should be noted that the proposed development roof appears to overhang our property, and I'm sure is not legally allowed. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Mr Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. You
Thank you
kept to the time there, just within a few seconds. Thank you. So I'll go straight on now to the next speaker, Mr. Nick Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. The site comprises a 3-storey building with 2 residential flats at 1st and 2nd floor level. The ground floor comprises ancillary residential storage but was formerly in commercial use. The building is of no architectural merit. The application proposes the demolition of the existing building and construction of a 3-storey replacement building. The building would include a 10-room hotel at ground and first floor level, and restaurants and water sports rental facility will be provided at ground floor level, which would both be ancillary to the hotel. The development would create a high-quality hotel within a central location of the village and improve the provision of serviced accommodation in the area. The local plan acknowledges that the area lacks an adequate range of such accommodation, and the proposal would assist in meeting that need. 2 apartments are proposed at 1st and 2nd floor level of above the hotel with a private roof terrace. These would replace the 2 existing apartments, so there would be no increase or loss of existing housing provision. The application site is bordered by the village hall to the north and residential properties to the south and commercial premises along the high street in either direction. The proposal will make efficient use of previously developed land in a sustainable location. A detailed business plan has been submitted with the application, which confirms the hotel would be commercially attractive and viable and would make significant economic and community contributions to the locality. It is also supported by Business Wales and Visit Wales. The building would occupy the same footprint as the existing and would be no higher. It would be of a contemporary design, providing a high quality development in the centre of the village. There would be no harm to the character and appearance of the area. Indeed, there would be a positive enhancement. The building has been designed to ensure there will be no adverse impact on amenity of neighbouring properties, including the dwelling to the south. It should be noted that there are clear views into the property at present from existing windows and balconies. In discussion with officers, amended plans have been submitted to ensure there will be no adverse impact on amenity. Balconies have been carefully positioned and screened to ensure there will be no loss of privacy, including the house to the south. Indeed, there will be a positive enhancement to the privacy of this property by providing privacy screens to existing external balcony areas. The car park is also well contained by existing buildings and will not result in a loss of amenity. There will be no adverse impact on highway safety. The site is in a sustainable location, and the 10 parking spaces proposed for the hotel would comply with the council's guidelines. An additional 4 spaces proposed for the apartments would also be sufficient in regard to the location and type of units proposed. There will be sufficient space for all vehicles to enter and leave in a forward direction without harm to highway safety. The proposal will provide new serviced accommodation, which will add to the choice of tourist accommodation within the village and create local employment opportunities and economic benefits. At all times, the Welsh language has been kept at the forefront of the design team's mind. The Welsh language will be incorporated in the design, including signage and restaurant menu. In summary, the proposal will comply with the local plan policy by providing high-quality service accommodation, significantly enhancing the appearance of the site without impact on highway safety or the amenity of neighbouring properties. Indeed, there would be an enhancement to the privacy of Mr. Dawson's property. We respectfully request that members support the proposed development and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Once again, you kept to your time very well there. Thank you for both those contributions. Does the officer want to come in now before I start the debate? Yes, thank you, Chair, once again. I'll try to be succinct. So the reason for reporting to the committee is because it was called in by the former local member, Richard Dew. The main planning considerations are, first of all, planning policy and principle of development. Secondly, its design and the effect on the character of the area. Thirdly, the effect on neighbouring amenities. And finally, highways matters. So I'll go through each of these points in turn. So first of all, in terms of planning policy and principle of development, the main policy in the JLDP in dealing with the hotel is policy Tour 2. Criteria 2 of policy Tour 2 states that proposals for the development of new permanent service holiday accommodation will be permitted, provided they are of high quality in terms of design, layout and appearance, and that all the criteria listed in the committee report are met. Since the proposed development will use the same footprint as the current building, and it will be of the same height, considered that the scale of the proposed building is appropriate and that it complies with criterion 2. As well as the 10-bedroom hotel, the proposal includes 2 separate residential units. As a result, the proposed development will not lead to the loss of permanent housing stock, and as a result it does meet criterion 3. The site is located in an area with a mixture of commercial and residential property. Therefore, it's considered that the application isn't located in a residential area, and therefore it meets criterion 4. Comprehensive business plan was presented with the application showing the need for serviced holiday accommodation in the area, which means it meets criterion 5 of policy Tour 2. Therefore, the principle of development is acceptable and satisfies all the requirements of Tour 2. Secondly, in terms of design and layout, as previously noted, it will be on the same footprint as the current building and of the same height. It will reflect the design pattern of the existing building, with a 3-storey building that will directly abut the highway. Although we acknowledge that the site is restricted in terms of area, planning policy places emphasis on the need to make the best and most effective use of land, especially previously developed land in sustainable locations. Having given appropriate consideration to the current developments and having received revised plans which reduce the size and scale of the building, it is considered that the proposed developments can integrate into the site without appearing to be cramped or an overdevelopment of the site. Next, in terms of the impact on neighbouring amenities, concerns were raised locally about the effect on neighbouring amenities. In an attempt to overcome these concerns, the applicant has adapted the plans to reduce the scale of the structure along the southern boundary. They've removed a balcony to comply with a 45-degree line. They have included non-opening high-level windows. And they've also included 1.8 metre high privacy screens on the balconies and the roof terrace to prevent overlooking. It is considered that this will lead to an improvement compared to the current situation where the current terrace overlooks the next door property. Obviously, a development of this nature will lead to effects that might have a negative effect on neighbouring amenities. However, the local planning authority has worked closely with the developer to identify and mitigate the effects as best as possible. Planning conditions will be imposed to ensure that neighbouring amenities are protected. Finally, in terms of the effect on parking and highways, the proposed developments will include an area at the back for parking cars and manoeuvring. There will be 14 parking spaces in the car park. 10 will be designated for hotel guests, including 2 disabled parking bays and 4 for the occupants of the residential units. The access to the car park will be through the current access on Awel y Môr. As part of the application, a traffic assessment was presented, but following concerns from the Highway Department about visibility to the car park, the applicant conducted a speed survey. After assessing the results, the Highways Department was satisfied that the access provides sufficient visibility to ensure that the access does operate safely. The local planning authority is aware that there is a lack of parking spaces in the village, especially during the visitor season, but they have assessed the effect carefully. Although the development does satisfy the planning, the SPG in terms of parking spaces to the number of rooms in the hotel, we need to consider the fact that the public will also use the restaurant. Having considered this carefully, as the site is located within the development boundary of Rhosnegyr, there is a public car park nearby, and the site is in a sustainable location with access to buses and the train. So the local planning authority is of the opinion that parking and effects of highways are acceptable, balanced with other advantages. So the recommendation is that the application is approved subject to conditions in the committee report. Thank you, Rhys. So can I invite comments and questions from members? Councillor Ken Taylor. Thank you, Chair. We're back in the same position now as we were with the previous application, planning problems, parking problems and traffic. So my concern is, a one-way system is being trialled in Rhosnegyr. I can't make a decision on this application today because I want to see the outcome of the one-way system trial. When will this trial be coming to an end? What will the outcomes be? If we decide on this application today, will that, have an impact on the trial of the one-way system? I'm not happy to do that. So I'm going to ask if we can defer this application to await the results of the one-way system trial. If we can't defer, I'll have no option but to refuse the application. Can I ask the officer to come in, or the legal officer? Where do we stand? Chair, so the requirement is that you assess the application as it stands today. So it wouldn't be appropriate for you to defer the application on that grounds because it's beyond the control of any applicant. And obviously the result of, the one-way system trial isn't guaranteed. You can't penalise this applicant for something that's outside their control. Of course, approving this application would feed into the traffic assessment at the end of the separate process, but that's only one consideration. And there'll be a number of other considerations in terms of that trial anyway. Thank you. So thank you for that explanation, Robin. So can I ask the officer, is he aware of the timetable for the consultation on the one-way system? What's the process? What's the timetable? I know it's not relevant, of course. Just as a local member, I think it's important that I take that into account as well. Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I'll ask the Highways Officer to come in, Mr. Hughes. He can give you some more information. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. In terms of the status of the one-way system in Rhosnegyr at the moment, the intention of the Highways Department is to keep the one-way system in place. There are 2 consultation periods that need to be undertaken. The first consultation has started. It's a consultation with the emergency services, the police and so on. And then we'll be consulting with local members, the community council and so on. If things progress to the next step, residents will have an input as well. So it's all based on the opinion of stakeholders in each consultation period. So at the moment, we're only in phase 1. I can't give you a detailed timetable until we have received responses from everybody. Thank you. Councillor Jeff Evans.
Yes, thank you for that. I can't really see the benefits of deferral in this instance, or awaiting any decisions or findings of a one-way system and how it will affect the village. It's already been indicated. There are 14 car parking spaces linked to the hotel. There is adjoining or quite near public car parking. So it makes no difference whichever way it comes out in response to the one-way system. I don't think it has a material effect on this planning application. They've already indicated they've put into place, and Highways have been linked to it, so they're assured that the speed, etc., is not a mitigating factor. That there's enough in place to consider that safe and just. So I think we should go ahead and just listen to the application and consider it at the end of, once everybody else has had an opportunity to say their piece on their view on the same.
Thank
you, Councillor Jeff Evans. Councillor Ken Taylor wants to come back. Yes, thank you, Chair. I respectfully disagree with the member from Holyhead, I'm afraid. As has already been referred to, there will be a consultation at the end of this trial period, and the County Council, residents and everybody will express an opinion. So the decision hasn't been made in full yet, if there's a consultation to be held. So I disagree totally with you. And I'm telling you honestly, I'm not in favour or against this application, but I'm finding it really difficult to make a decision for the reasons that I've given. Thank you for that comment, Councillor Ken Taylor. Does anybody else want to come in? Apologies. In terms of the trial period, the first consultation usually takes around 5 weeks to complete. But there has been a request for an extension until the end of next month. Once that period is ended, the public have a period of 3 weeks to express an opinion or concerns following the first consultation. So this could take up, until the middle of September. Thank you.
Just cadarnhau hyn.
Just to confirm that with you before you leave. So the council's recommendation anyway would be to keep the one-way system in place. Yes, I can confirm that. That's the intention, to keep the one-way system in place. Thank you. So any other comments? If not, I think, first of all, can I just make 1 or 2 points as a local member? Traffic and parking in Rhosnegyr, is a matter that was raised to me on the doorstep during the election. It's a huge problem. As we all know, during the summer, the situation has got worse over the last 2 years due to COVID. So I do have concerns about this site. But I think that the general opinion is that nobody objects the development as it stands. A number of people have told me that they prefer to see a hotel there than more holiday homes, which is a fair point, I think. A number of people say that the biggest problem with the application is the traffic and the access to the site and from the site. I accept that it will have an effect on some people. I appreciate that Mr. Dawson has made his comments, and because, he lives next door, it's right for him to do that. But in general, I think the biggest concern that Rhosnegyr residents have is traffic and parking. And I'm not sure, even with the parking spaces designated for this development, and although it is over the road to the car park, you have seen during the site visit. And I'd like to thank Mr. Dawson as well for allowing the officer to visit your property during the site visit. The access to the site is narrow. You have cars parking either side of the access, cars parking opposite the access, which creates a really narrow road up and down from the car park. So I do anticipate that there will be parking problems in the context of this development. But of course, as the officer has noted, we can't consider the consultation on the one-way system as part of this application because that isn't part of the planning process. Of course, I do accept Ken Taylor's point and I agree with him. As he said, we were in meeting last night where roadside parking was said to create a huge problem in a number of communities on the island. I think that the council and the Welsh Government will have to look at this in future. And it's becoming an increasing problem from year to year. Nearly every home has 2 or 3 cars now. And it's a huge problem. It's going to be a huge problem for us in the future. And it does impact planning applications, as we've seen today. But, with those few words, as I've said, it's only 1 or 2 people who've said that they're in favour or against the application, but they're really concerns about parking. So if there aren't any further comments, and I can't see anybody's hand up, so I think we'll have to move to a vote. And the recommendation was, or is, that the application is approved. So I'll go through the list of members and I'll ask members if they're in favour or against the application, approving the application. The legal officer has reminded me that I need a proposer and a seconder before we have a vote. So is anybody willing to propose that we permit the application?
Cynghorydd Jeff Evans.
Councillor Jeff Evans.
Yeah, I propose that we permit this application. It is an asset to come to the area. There are issues with parking and with traffic, but that's something that should be sorted out outside of planning. I don't consider that that's a highways issue. And I think in relation to this application, it is valid and it should be supported.
Diolch am y sylwadau yna. So,
Thank you for those comments. So there is a proposal. Is there a seconder? I'm happy to second, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Robin Williams. So is there a counter proposal? Chair, I'm going to propose that we refuse the application on the basis of the comments I made earlier. Thank you for that, Councillor Ken Taylor. Is there a seconder to that proposal from Councillor Ken Taylor? Chair, may I second his proposal? Thank you, Councillor Bebb. Okay, so we have a proposer and seconder for both proposals, so we'll go through the list of members. So I take it because Geraint Bebb has seconded the proposal to refuse that he's against. Councillor Jeff Evans is in favour of approving. Councillor Glyn Haynes.
I'm in favour. I approve.
Cynghorydd Trevor Lloyd Hughes.
Councillor Trevor Lloyd Hughes. Refuse, Chair. Thank you. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Johnny Van Jones. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Mr Dawson for speaking and for giving such valid reasons. And for the same reasons as Councillor Ken Taylor, I think we should make a decision based on the information available. So I'm voting to refuse the application.
Cynghorydd Jackie Lewis.
Councillor Jackie Lewis. Yes, I'm in favour of the application. Thank you. Councillor David Roberts. Yes, in general, I'm in favour. Ken Taylor, I take it that you're against the application. Councillor Alwyn Watkin, in favour. And Councillor Robin Williams has seconded the proposal to approve. So, Chair, we have 6 in favour and 4 against, which means that the application has been approved. Thank you for confirming that, Robin. So I'm not sure if you heard that, but the application has been approved by 6 votes to 4. Thank you for all the contributions.
We'll move on to the next application, 7.9. Mornest Caravan Park. There is a public speaker in favour, Mr Andrew Jones. Welcome, Mr Jones. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you all. This caravan park was established over 50 years ago by my grandmother and grandfather. I was born and raised here, and I'm now part of the third generation of the same Welsh family running the park and living on the outskirts with my wife and 3 children. The park has been full for 8 years. So 5 years ago, we embarked on the journey of expansion to secure a living for my family and create work for others. The first part of the application is the extension of the park to develop the site for 54 touring parks. The planning department has no objection to this development. The second is to change use of 45 touring caravans to 38 permanent caravans, also known as statics. The original application was refused a year ago, and a site meeting was held with the Chief Planning Officer. The main conclusion from the meeting was to apply for a certificate of lawfulness of current use. Secondly, to propose improvements and enhance the environmental features, and the department would be happy to consider the change of use. No, not once was feedback given that the numbers were a major problem in the scheme. The best way to measure success is through Welcome to Wales, Welsh Government's Tourism Board. They score on layouts and amenities and environmental factors, and the improvements would raise our score from 3 to 5. The application is refused on the basis on only part of the policy 2 or 3, but the policy states that the guidance is in general and that each application will be assessed on its merits within the general guide due to the considerable variety of the size, nature, and location of the sites. What makes this application unique is the fact that tourists have a certificate of lawfulness. In terms of size and appearance, tourists can be the same length as some statics. Policy 25 defines tourists as a unit with a physical connection to the ground and is capable of being removed off the site out of season. With this certificate, the tourists are considered go against the policy. We need to stress this further. The tourists should be considered as permanent units. So at the moment, there are 24 statics and 45 tourists, 65 permanent units. And we are asking permission for 58 static units. So in effect, fewer permanent units within the same boundary, which is a material consideration. As you saw during the site visits, the park is not visible from any location. So the visual impact, there's no between tourist and static. I would like to refer to a similar application in Bryn Teg, which required the change of use of 53 mobile caravans to 49 static. The application was refused by planning again on the basis of 2 or 3, but was granted permission after appeal. Therefore, for all the decisions discussed and for the sake of consistency, I ask you to interpret policy with common sense and the fact that the circumstances are unique and fully support our application. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Timing is perfect today. That was within a second of the 3 minutes. Thank you for your contribution. Can I bring the officer in and then I'll open up for discussion? I think the local member wants to speak on this application. Yes, thank you, Chair. The reason for reporting to the committee is that it has been called in by the local member, Councillor David Roberts. The proposal is for change of the use of agricultural land for touring caravans and siting static caravans on top of the 22 static caravans that are already on the site. Because the application refers to touring and static caravans, I will deal with them separately. So first of all, the principle of touring caravans. When considering developing a new site, the relevant policy is 2 or 5 of the JLDP, and this permits creation of new touring caravan sites as long as they follow the criteria listed in the reports. The site is well screened by topography, mature vegetation under the buildings. The site can be seen from the A5 highway, however, screening has been carried out and it will be more effective over time as plants mature. Despite the location in open countryside, according to the definition in the JLDP, the area is well developed and there are a number of residential dwellings around the sites, as well as Gairwen industrial industrial estate on the other side of the highway. As such, it is not anticipated that the proposal would significantly harm the landscape and be contrary to the main thrust of the policy. It is considered that the touring caravan element is acceptable and is in line with Tour 5. We'll go on now to the static caravan. So the relevant policy is Tour 3 of the JLDP, and Tour 3 permits the extension of existing caravan parks subject to the criteria noted in the policy. Paragraph 6.3.74 in the JLDP states that outside the AONB and special landscape areas, a minor increase in units on site will be approved, even though this minor increase isn't defined. Every application needs to be considered individually. A 10% increase is considered acceptable. At the moment, there are 20 caravans on the site, and the proposal is for siting 38. So this will increase to 58 units. This is an increase of 109% in the number on the site. So this is much higher than the 10% in the guidelines. So the increase isn't minor. So this element doesn't comply with Tour 3. Other matters, because of its distance from the properties, it won't have a detrimental effect on residential properties, and because of it can be the location near a bus station and Gaerwen, it is considered sustainable. In response to the comments by the public speaker, the decision in terms of Bryn Teg for 53 caravans to 43 static. So the inspector noted that in paragraph 12 that they could be justified and for it not to comply with Tour 3 in this instance, but the council has to consider applications according to the JLDP unless there are relevant considerations. Although there aren't any relevant policies in terms of this, the guidelines are very clear. They say that an increase of 10% is acceptable. The reason the policy says that we have to assess each case individually is because every site is different, and so the proposal of 10% isn't always acceptable. And the council, in this case, the applicant has the certificates. However, the authority has a duty to make decisions in relation to the policy, whether you agree with it or not. So in conclusion, the proposal to extend the sites, it's much higher than the figure recommended in the policy, and there's no relevant considerations or mitigating circumstances to override the policy. Despite the 10% figure, it is not considered that a 190% increase could be justified. So the recommendation that the static caravan side of the application is refused. The touring caravan site is located in a sustainable location and complies with the criterion of policy Tour 5. Despite the consideration, all issues raised in the letter of objection, it is not considered that the element of the scheme would cause impact upon residential amenity to an extent that would justify refusal. So this aspect of the proposal shall therefore be recommended for approval. So the recommendation is not to approve the static side of the application, but to approve the touring caravan aspect, subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you very much. Can I just ask for an explanation? Do we have to vote separately on these different elements? Only if there is a proposal to the contrary. but you can go with the recommendation of the officer. I'll open up for discussion to the local member, Alan Watkin. Good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak as local member on the 7.9 Mournes Caravan Park. As you've heard, this caravan park was opened 50 years ago, and by now the third generation is eager to take over. In order for them to be able to do this successfully, this application is in front of us today. The family have worked with the planning department for 5 years to make sure that the application complies with the requirements in the JLDP, and a number of changes have been made to the original application, such as a slight roof on the toilet block and changing the location for the tourers. On the 15th of June, I did ask for a site visit, mainly so that you, as I, who are members of this committee, could see for yourselves the nature of the concerns and the basis for refusing the application and the concerns of local people. The caravan park is located on the right-hand side whilst you're travelling from Gaerwen to Pentraberw. Even though I've travelled on the A5 a number of times, I wasn't aware that there was a caravan park in the area. And mainly because the caravan park is in a dip and it can't be seen from the A5 nor the A55. But is being approved, or the recommendation approving tourists and moving them tourists to different parts of the site. This will be visible, but obviously there isn't an objection to that. At the moment, there are 20 caravans, static caravans, and 45 touring pitches. This application is to change the field from tourists from 45 to 38 static caravans. I want to stress that the applicant has the right to keep the tourists on the site throughout the year because they have a certificate of lawfulness. A number of the tourists, so the site for the tourists is similar to the, they're similar in size to static caravans. And so really, the number of caravans would be lower than what is there already. In the JLDP, we note that the council will support development and local tourism. Now, this application is being refused on the basis of Tour 3 policy, static caravan park sites. It is noted clearly in this part of the policy that those new sites cited in AONB areas, and again, from what I see as a member, large caravan parks by companies from away are being built here, there, and everywhere across the AONB. This development isn't in an AONB. So can I draw your attention to point 4 in Tour 3? Let's note that applications will be permitted if they comply with the criteria, and there are 4 criteria that are relevant for this application. The development is part of an application of a plan to improve amenities for visitors, and certainly this application does this. Number 5, that there will be permanent improvements to the design and the appearance of the site. And as Andrew Jones has said already, a lot of work has been going on planting trees and shrubs on the site to make sure that it doesn't affect people. Point 6 in part 4 talks about the increase in the number of caravans and chalets, and that they should, again, in the policy, the word recommendation is used, and each application should be considered on its own merits. And then in number 7, they talk about it being consistent with policies. The department refuses this application to increase the statics on the site, but they approve the parts about the sites for tourists because it's over 50%. I'd like to remind you that the permits that tourists can remain on the site throughout the year because the applicant has a certificate of lawfulness for the site. By permitting the change from tourist to static, there will be fewer caravans on the site, from 45 to 38. Also, it will be a way of improving the quality of the caravans on the site. I'd like to draw your attention to something in the plan. This is crucial. Every application will be considered by its own merits in relation to the size, nature, and location of the sites. Andrew Jones has talked previously about an application that was refused by this committee some time ago. So Nant Newydd in Bryn Teg, the application wanted to change from 53 touring pitches to 49 static caravans. Because it was refused, the applicant went to appeal, and the decision was appealed successfully on the 25th of May this year. This isn't the only case I've come across where the decision of the committee is overturned on appeal. And of course, the cost then lies with the authority. Some people who live around the park have objected, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the nearest neighbours is the son of the applicant, and he lives on the site and is supportive of the application. Another concern locally is the fact that there would be noise. Well, as somebody who has holiday in a caravan, there are strict rules on caravan parks, and the owner has the right to throw people off the site if they don't comply with the rules. And this has only happened once in 50 years. One is objecting because their garden would be visible from the site, but as you saw from the site visit, the owner has invested in trees and shrubs, and it would be impossible to see through them. I would also like to remind you that this family have worked with the planning department for 5 years, and a number of site visits have been conducted. Despite this, there was no suggestion that this application or parts of it would be refused. So no indication was given. So in conclusion, as local member, can I ask you to consider how you vote on this application as a whole? This is a local Welsh family who want to make a living, and the third generation who are developing this caravan park. They're not a huge company from away, but they are local Welsh people who need to make a living in their own square mile. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much, Councillor Alwen Watkin. Would any other local member like to comment? Councillor David Roberts. Thank you to Alwen for her words, and thank you to Andrew for his presentation. If we deal with every application on its own merits, I think what we've seen is the fact the report, I think, discusses the concerns and addresses them in terms of touring caravans, and then in terms of the static caravans, I mean, they're not visible anyway, so I think we should permit the whole application rather than splitting it into two. So that is the proposal that I'm putting forward. So there has been a proposal made that it is permitted as a whole, and that we do not object the static caravan element. Am I right? Yes. So that is an official proposal that's been put forward. Yes, as official as can be. Is there a seconder? Councillor Jeff Evans.
You're on mute, Jeff.
Yeah, I'd like to second that proposal. All the applications today, all the businesses we've been dealing with have some links to tourism. And I'm happy that Anglesey is to be an island of welcome to tourists, an island of welcome to visitors, because it creates a wealth, it creates an enjoyable experience. It shows our Anglesey to be such a wonderful, beautiful place to come and see. And this by a family who's had 50 years of experience, who are now seeking to extend or to change some things. I think we should be supporting them, thus supporting the wider tourism industry. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jeff. So we have a proposer and a seconder. Councillor Ken Taylor has his hand up. Thank you, Chair. I just want a bit more of an explanation. The officer have said that there is an increase of, what was it, 180%? And then the local member has said that in reality, that it is not. Can I have an explanation, please? I don't think I've understood. Yes, I'll come in there. There are 20 static caravans on the site at the moment, and they intend to increase that to 58. So the percentage of the increase is 190%. So that's where that figure comes from. Even though it means, that instead of the touring caravans. Thank you for that explanation, please. Any more comments? We've had a proposer and a seconder that we do permit this application fully. I'm turning to the legal officer to ask if that's acceptable. Yes, it is, unless there is another proposal. So if you... Okay, so I'll do that. I can see that Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes has his hand up. Thank you, Chair. I remember this site opening years ago when I used to go around with the yellow van, and I know the place well, and I know the Mandros family. Having said that, looking at it from the planning side of things, I think I will have to go with the officer and then to go with the exact recommendation of the officer. I'm afraid, Andrew, I have to be sure of my things. Thank you. I take it then. So that is a proposal to refuse the static caravan element, but to permit the touring caravan element. Is there a seconder to Trevor Lloyd-Hughes' proposal? I'm happy to second, just for the votes. Thank you very much. So we'll move to a vote. So we'll, in the same order, starting with Councillor Geraint Bebb. You lost connection.
Recording in progress.
Ymddiheuriadau, dwi nes i golli...
Apologies, I lost connection yet again. So we'll move to the votes. Apologies for the situation. We'll have to just try and make the best of things. Councillor Geraint Bebb, are you for or against? I'll support Councillor David Roberts. Thank you. Councillor Jeff Evans is in favour.
I am in favour, yeah.
Councillor Glyn Haynes.
Yeah, in favour of the amendment proposed by David Roberts. Just to be clear, yes?
Okay. Cynghorydd Trevor Lloyd
Councillor Trevor Lloyd Hughes has declared previously that he is against. Councillor John Evan Jones has seconded, has he? No, sorry. Councillor John Evan Jones. I'm happy to go with Councillor David Roberts and the amendment. Robert Llewellyn Jones isn't with us. Councillor Jackie Lewis. Happy with the plan as a whole. Councillor David Roberts has proposed. Councillor Ken Taylor has seconded. Councillor Alwen Watkin has spoken on this previously, of course. Am I allowed to vote? Unless you have a personal interest or a prejudicial interest, but if you feel that you maybe if you put your stock for the applicants, you may wish to abstain. I don't have anything personal, only as a local member. Okay, so you can vote then. I am in favour of David Roberts' proposal. And lastly, because the Councillor Liz Wood isn't with us, Councillor Robin Williams. It won't make any difference. I'm going with the recommendation of the officer. So Robin, where are we at? How do we stand? 7 votes in favour of David Roberts' proposal to approve both elements. So that has been permitted in its entirety. Because you're going against the recommendation of the officer partly, there will be a period, a cooling off period, and we'll come back next month. You do need to highlight the planning considerations for wanting to approve the static elements. Thank you for that explanation, Robin, and thank you for the discussion of that. If I need to explain then, because it's referring to 2 or 3, this is the reason. I would say that increasing the number of statics in this occasion isn't going against 2 or 3. There aren't many statics there at the moment anyway. And what we're doing is exchanging touring caravans who are well, more or less static into statics and having fewer of them. So considering this site on its own merit, I don't think it goes against 2 or 3. It's a special case. If there was a large site with 300 caravans, then I can understand that you would need to limit to 10%. But this is a mixed site, and as it happens, I don't think 2 or 3 is going against this expansion, because it isn't an expansion in a way. Thank you for that explanation, Councillor David Roberts. Councillor Alan Watkin, I will take your comments. Yes, that's exactly the point I was trying to make. I don't think this, when you look at all the definitions, I don't think this is an expansion. It doesn't go against 2 or 3, and it should be permitted. And I don't understand why then there is a cooling off period. Because it's going against the recommendation of the officer. Does this happen in every case? Forgive my ignorance. Yes, it does. Yes. It just gives people time to consider, because in some cases, of course, there are implications if we go against the recommendation. But that's how things work. There is a cooling off period, and then we will come back to it. Thank you for the discussion and for the vote. If we can, I'll just have to confirm that has been permitted in its entirety. There is one more with public speaking. Are we going straight to that one?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't get a chance at the beginning, Chair, sorry, because the laptop was playing up. Can I just declare a conflict of interest of a personal nature in this item, please? I won't be
in which one, sorry?
12.5, the DU.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the one that's coming up now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, you didn't see the line.
Thank you. So we're going on now to item 12.5 because we have a public speaker. This is Land Neighbouring Glass Estate Minchinkin. Chair, can I tell you that I'm leaving the meeting? Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor. We have a public speaker, Sioned Edwards from Cadnant Planning. Welcome once again, Sioned. Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. It's the last time today, I'll be pleased to hear. So this is an application to develop affordable housing with an open space near Bringlass Estate in Bryn Shenkin. The application is submitted by a local company, DU Construction, who would develop the units on behalf of the Anglesey County Council's Housing Department. All units will be provided as affordable housing to meet the identified local need for these types of units. The community councils recognise that there is a need for this development. The site is located within the development boundary of Bryn Shenkin and is bounded by residential properties to the northeast and west, with agricultural land located to the south. It is noted that one of the local councillors, Councillor David Roberts, has expressed concern about the density of the development, concerns about surface water and highways matters. The development will provide 12 dwellings, resulting in a density of 31.6 units per hectare. Policy PCUF 2 of the JLDP requires a minimum density of 30 units per hectare. Therefore, the proposal would comply with relevant policy requirements. No concerns have been raised by officers regarding the density of the development. Access to the development will be provided through Bringlass Estate. A transport statement has been submitted with the application, which notes that the development would only lead to a very small increase in traffic movements. Sufficient parking will be provided for each unit, together with parking for visitors within the site. A condition has been included requiring a construction traffic management plan to be submitted before the work commences, and this would ensure that there would be no detrimental effect on nearby residents during construction work. The Highways Department is satisfied with the proposal. A local member has expressed concern about surface water. The site is not within a flood zone and surface water would discharge into soakaways on the site. SAB approval would also be required before work commences on the site to ensure that drainage arrangements are acceptable. A clear need for affordable housing has been identified in the area, and this proposal would allow the Council's Housing Department to partially address this need for affordable housing. I hope that you as a committee can support this application today. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for that, Sioned. So can I ask the officer to come in? Yes, thank you, Chair. To be honest, I don't have anything further to add to what Sioned has said. The points that I had noted were concerning density, affordable housing, highways, considerations and drainage. You've already heard about those, so I won't repeat anything. Due to what Sioned has already said, I think the recommendation is that the application is approved, subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you. Councillor David Roberts. Yes, as the local member who called in the application, I had heard a number of concerns about traffic and surface water, but I think that has been addressed in the report. So the only other comment I had is that there is a neighbour near the site who keeps grazing animals. You know, they have concerns about the water trough and so on. So I hope that the developer can come to an agreement with the neighbour so that the effects can be mitigated as far as possible. Thank you, Councillor David Roberts. Any other further comments? Any questions? If not, the proposal is to permit the application. Is there a formal proposal? Sorry, Councillor Jackie Lewis. I was just going to say that I'm happy to propose the recommendation. Is there a seconder? I'd like to second, Chair. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Geraint Webb. Is there a counter proposal? If not, unless anybody else has raised their hands, I take it that the application is approved. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on now to the next part. Sorry, I've jumped ahead, going back. We have still things on the list that we haven't discussed in that first list. So we're on 7.2, chwarelau. Councillor Jackie Lewis, please go on mute. Apologies. You didn't say anything untoward. Okay. Number 7.2. I've declared an interest, so I'm going to leave now. Thank you. Can I bring the officer in, because there aren't any public speakers on this application? Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as quick as possible on this one. So the reason for reporting to the committee, it was called in because of concern. Local member. The committee went against the recommendation of the officer last time. The reasons were The parking arrangements, the previously approved scheme was more acceptable, and there was adequate turning available within the site. And that the new parking arrangement is dangerous with no turning arrangements. And then secondly, that the passing bay was dangerous on a blind corner with no visibility. The previously approved passing bay was much safer and had the required visibility. So in circumstances such as this, according to the Constitution, we have to, the application has to be resubmitted the following month so that the officers can respond after the cooling off period. As noted in the previous meeting, Highways have confirmed that the parking area and passing bay is acceptable, and consideration has been given to the level of existing traffic that use the single track road. Consideration has also been given to the proposed use of the passing bay, and it is considered that these factors do not warrant objecting to the location of the passing bay that has been constructed. I'd also like to remind you that if you go against the recommendation of the officer, that the applicant has the right to appeal, and they might apply for the councils to pay the costs. The local planning authority has consulted with the Highways Department, and the recommendation of approval is based on their professional opinion that the passing bay is acceptable and that the parking bays are acceptable considering the low use of traffic on this road. So the recommendation is that it is approved subject to the conditions noted in the report. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rhys. I just want to stress yet again the points that Rhys has made regarding if we go against the recommendation of the officer, the applicants can appeal, and that can lead to costs to the authority. So you just need to consider this. I'll open up for discussion. Councillor John Ivan Jones. Thank you very much. I just want to make a few points in more detail than last time when we decided to go against this application as a committee. If I'll start with the house itself, I don't have any objection to the amendments to the building. In terms of the passing bay, originally it was supposed to be on the streets road with enough visibility on both sides, 50 meters each way for cars to slow down, tractors, trailers, in time to pull in. This passing bay, so it has been built on a dangerous corner. You can't see what's around the corner. And I'm very concerned about that because the passing bay is built 50 meters away from the original location on this blind corner. So I'm very concerned about that. And then it's on the wrong side of the road. It was supposed to be built the other side of the road. So this was against condition number 6 in the original planning permission. I'd like to make that clear. If we move on then to the passing area, it will be in the road, right, stuck to the road for 4 cars that can turn around, face forward to drive out. In the original plan, there is enough space for cars to turn within the boundary. They won't be able to turn around now, and we know that the cars coming down will be huge. There's room for 4. Another thing I would like to stress today is that there is a huge issue at the moment whether this road has been adopted or not. There has been a discussion, a lengthy discussion. Who owns the road? Who is responsible for the road? The council, for what I understand, have adopted it in the past for years, but now they say that they won't adopt the road. And the local residents, from what I understand, are concerned about the status of the road. The reason I'm saying this is, and this is still up in the air, is because the parking area will be stuck to the road. And I don't think that we as a committee should pass something that will be stuck to a highway or a road that we don't know where that stands legally in terms of the Highway Act and a number of reasons. It's very complicated, more complex than what we can deal with here today. So I propose again that it is refused as it is at the moment. The passing area, if it was in the original place, it would give at least 50 meters for cars to slow down, and that's only on 20 miles per hour. And where it is at the moment, I'm afraid that an accident will happen, and we need to protect the safety of the public. That comes before anything. I'm also troubled this time as well that it's not a class, there's an unclassed road. I'm talking about 20 miles an hour, but perhaps Rhys can tell us what is the speed limit on the road. It's unclassified, if you like. I think that's more problematic. You know, if people are going to be driving so I propose again that we refuse the application. Would Rhys like to come back before I ask for a second? Thank you, Chair. A lot of valid points there. I'll try and address them all if I can. It's important to note that this road, it's only for these houses. It services 4 houses. It's not a through road. It's not a busy road. I just want to note that. If the road is adopted or not, I don't think this is relevant in terms of planning on this occasion. Mr. Robin Jones might correct me, but I don't think that that is relevant. And I don't think it affects the application that is in front of you today. And then just in terms of the question, the technical question, I would have to ask the highways officer to come in on that point. I wouldn't be familiar with this as a planning officer. Can I ask Robin to come in? And then the highways officer? Yes, Chair. As far I understand, it is a highway, but not adopted. So the Highways Authority have expressed an opinion on the case, on the application. If I can just elaborate, my concern on this application and the reason for refusal. Firstly, the passing area moving from the back to the front, and that there is no room to turn the car around. There are 4 parking areas. They will either back in or drive in. If they're going to be backing out to the road, you need to consider how much traffic and the nature of the road. And I would respectfully say that if you live on an estate, there is more risk of having an accident if you're reversing out on an estate than if you are on a quiet lane like this one. And the second point with the passing bay, you're saying it's in the wrong place. But to prevent an accident, it's better to have it on a tight bend than on a straight stretch of the road. The chance of having an accident on a straight stretch of the road is less. But if you intend to continue with these reasons, you need to think, what are you going to tell the inspector And is it going to be watertight? At the moment, I don't think this will work. Would the highways officer like to come in? Apologies, I was having trouble with my Zoom, so I missed what was being said by Councillor John Evan Jones. Can that be repeated? I think the question was the status of the road and that it was unclassified, and what is the speed limit on the road? The general rule of thumb is that it is unclassified, that it tends to be 60 miles an hour. But what we have here is the element that it hasn't been adopted rather than an adopted road. But this is something we're in the middle of discussions with the owner. They say that we own the road and we say otherwise. So it's been a sensitive case to deal with. But from our point of view in highways, we've been dealing with it as a private road rather than an adopted road. But just to confirm, the tendency is to think that it is 60 miles an hour. Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Jeff Evans, and then Councillor Ken Taylor, and then John Evan Jones.
Thank you very much for letting me come in. I wasn't in the last meeting, so I'm not fully au fait with whatever was discussed and the reasoning by the decision reached. However, you know, there does appear to be issues, whether this is a private, public, adopted road, who owns it, etc., etc. But highways has suggested approval, and I have no doubt whatsoever that should this go to appeal, if it was not passed, then it would be permitted, especially because highways do not have any pertinent reservations as to the safety, as to the road travel, as to the road passing areas. They have no issues around it. So I wonder what issues we really have on it, because I do fear that this will be another costly cost negative effect on the council should we not overturn the previous decision. Thank you.
Evans.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Ken Taylor, and then Councillor John Evan Jones. Thank you, Chair. I have to admit, it's not a nice feeling that this appeal is hanging. I know that that's the order, but it feels like a threat to me, I'm afraid. The issue I have with this, that this individual has gone against the conditions that allowed him the permission in the first place, and that counts for something, in my opinion. Does that mean that anyone can do as they want and then come back and ask for permission? This is the issue I have with this. He hasn't listened to the conditions, and I'm happy to second the proposal made by John Evan Jones. I'll turn to John Evan Jones. There has been a proposal. And then Councillor Robin Williams. Just to add to what's been said already, really, I'm a little bit more troubled at hearing that it's 60 miles an hour when I thought it was would be less. And also I'm very troubled that the passing bay, you have to remember, it won't just be the 4 houses, it will be the 4 cars who will be staying at the accommodation, so the traffic will double. And if you're telling me that it's 60 miles an hour and that you're happy with a passing bay on a dangerous corner, that can't, those are my comments. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor John Evan Jones. Councillor Robin Williams. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if Councillor Jeff Evans has made a proposal that we go with the recommendation of the officer and permits. I did that last time.
I'm quite happy that my opinion is taken as a proposal.
Thank you, Jeff. Os di Jeff felly yn
So if Jeff proposes, because I proposed it last time, that we do go with the recommendation of the officer, then I will second on this occasion. Thank you very much. I take it so there is a proposal and seconder for both, one in favour and one against, so we'll have to move to a vote again, like last time. So we'll start with Geraint Speb. Thank you. I think I will support the recommendation of the officer and support the application. Jeff Evans in favour and is proposed.
Yes, I'm in favour, yes.
Councillor Glyn Haynes.
Yes, well, personally, from what I can see, I wasn't present at the site visits. I couldn't make it, I had another engagement, but looking at the plan, it's right on a bend. And to me, the basic tenets of driving is that when you're approaching a bend, you slow down. So you should be going slow anyway. That's the way I look at it. So I approve it.
Thank you. Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. Agree with the officers, Chair. Thank you. John Ivan Jones against. Robert Llewellyn-Jones isn't here. Councillor Jackie Lewis. Agree with the officers. Councillor David Roberts has declared an interest. Councillor Ken Taylor has seconded or proposed it, refusal. Councillor Alwen Watkin. I agree with the officers. And lastly, Councillor Robin Williams has seconded the proposal. So if I'm counting correctly, Robin will confirm that that has been permitted. Yes, 7-2. So that has been permitted. Thank you very much.
So we'll go on now. I'm very aware that we've been here for 3 hours. There is a rule that says that if a meeting lasts 3 hours, you do have to have a vote either to carry on with the meeting or to postpone the meeting. So can I ask everybody if they're happy to carry on with the meeting? If you could just raise your hands to show that you're happy to carry on. Chair, may I come in, please? I propose that we postpone the meeting. Many of the members have other meetings to go to later on. So I'll go through all members then. Geraint Speb, in favour of carrying on. It'd be good to carry on, but I agree with Ken that we need to postpone or adjourn the meeting. Councillor Glyn Haynes.
Assume when you say postpone that we don't start all over again at the next one, but yeah, no, I agree. Postpone the meeting.
Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. Yes, I agree that we carry on. I think this meeting is more important than, you know, the other meetings that councillors have. So I'd like to carry on. Thank you, Councillor John Ivan Jones. I'm happy to carry on, but, you know, I appreciate it if members have other meetings to attend. Councillor Jackie Lewis. I'll go with the majority. We don't know what that is yet. As you know, I'm in the Menter Môn building at the moment. So you're talking about the meeting we have in the town hall in Llangefni. So you want to adjourn the meeting? Seeing that I'm already in the town hall, it doesn't affect me. But if you want to adjourn the meeting, I'm happy with that. Councillor David Roberts, I say that we should carry on with the meeting. Councillor Ken Taylor wants to adjourn. Councillor Alwyn Watkin wants to carry on with the meeting. Councillor Robin Williams, I'd like to carry on with the meeting, Chair. So I take it that the meeting will go on.
You didn't ask my opinion. But I am of the opinion that we should adjourn. We don't know how long this meeting really is going to continue for, and we do have meetings by Zoom later on, as Jackie Lewis has referred to. So though I would normally prefer to carry on, unfortunately there's other business of the day which we also have to address.
So they voted 5 to adjourn, 5 to carry on, so you need to vote now, Chair. I feel that we have already had a lengthy meeting, but I do think that we should try to finish this meeting. I know there are a number of items remaining. But I don't think that many of these items will take up a lot of our time. So I propose that we carry on, or, you know, all meetings will be getting longer and longer. We had a lengthy meeting the last time, and of course we realised that this meeting today would be a long one as well. So yes, I propose that we carry on. Yes, so you're going to be carrying on, and the next item is 7.3. So Ceiriau, Llamer yng Nghornwy, we don't have any public speakers, so can I ask the officer to come in? Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as quick as possible with the rest of the applications. First of all, the reason for reporting to committee. The application was called in to be determined by the Planning Committee on the request of the local member, Councillor Llynno Smeti, who expressed a concern that it would lead to overdeveloping the site. The main planning considerations and key issues expressed by the local member and residents are principle of development, effect of traffic, effect on the listed building, and effect on the AONB. So I'll take each point in turn and I'll be quick. So in terms of principle of development, policy tour 5 is the relevant policy in considering the principle of camping development. Policy tour 5 supports creating new camping sites as long as they comply with the criteria in the committee report. Having considered the application against the criteria, it is considered that the location is acceptable and it is well screened from public views. Therefore, it's considered that the principle of the application is acceptable and it complies with policy tour 5 in the JLDP. Secondly, traffic concerns. Traffic that would be generated by the development was a big concern to local residents and the local member as well. Having raised this concern with the Highways Department, the applicant was asked to undertake a traffic survey. Having completed this survey, it was found that the traffic generated by this development and the existing 9 holiday cabins on the site would not have a significant effect on the surrounding highway network. The survey was conducted during the Easter bank holiday, so the Highways Department was satisfied that it was fit for purpose, so they didn't have any further objection to the scheme. In terms of the listed building, the Council's Heritage Office was of the opinion that the private menage would not have a significant effect on the setting of the listed building on the site. The landscape plan submitted was also considered to be a sufficient mitigation to prevent a detrimental impact on the setting of the listed building. Finally, the effect on the AONB. The landscape and trees officer is satisfied that the landscape scheme will protect the natural beauty. So it complies with all relevant policies in the JLDP, and it has reasonably shown that there won't be any significant detriment to the local highways network, the adjacent listed building, or the AONB. So having considered this and all objections received as part of the application, it is considered that the proposed development is acceptable. So the recommendation is that the application is approved, subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you. Thank you, Rhys. Over to Councillor Llino Smeti, the local member. Thank you. I'll go through this step by step. In your report, it said that there was no response from the Community Council, but they do object, and they have had a meeting with the developer as well to discuss their objection with the developer. So that might not have reached you in written form, but I want you to be aware that the Community Council does object the application. As you can see, and looking at Tour 5, it notes there that this must be developed in a suitable location. I'm not sure how much attention has been given to the AONB. It says in the report that a consideration has been given to it, but I'm aware of an application refused just over a year ago where this sort of development was refused due to the impact on the ONB. So I think there's a challenge here for you as a committee as to whether that has been taken into account sufficiently. Also, with the application that was refused, it was refused because most of the visitors would be travelling back and forth in cars to the site, and this was contrary to the provisions of PS 4 and 5 in the JLDP. Once again, I noted in the site visit the concern I have about the roads leading to the site. I think you all saw that during the site visit. Although I accept that traffic survey has been conducted, but as you can see in the application, a number of other applications have already been approved, which haven't been developed. So there will be an increase in traffic due to what has already been approved due to the holiday units that are mentioned in the report as well. So I think that there isn't any consistency in decisions. You know, it's in the countryside. These are rural roads. During the site visit, I took you from the junction with a church in Llaferyng-Hornwy. I didn't take you the other way. I'm also concerned that every application should be considered according to their own merits. You know, this is a historical agricultural site which has now become a holiday complex, and the cumulative effect of all these developments on the site isn't taken into account because these applications are submitted individually. So if you consider the roads and can they cope with all these developments on the site, you know, I do accept that this is just an application for a campsite. You know, I'm not sure how you could justify a temporary campsite, but that's what Tour 5 asks for. And I ask you to consider the cumulative effect on the AONB. Although it says that it isn't a dip in the land, you know, the movement of people will have an effect on the AONB as well. So, Chair, that is the opinion of the community. Thank you, Councillor Llino Smeti. Does anybody else have any comments? Councillor John Ivan Jones. Yes, thank you to Councillor Llino Smeti. in front of me, I was looking into this, and in front of me, I have an application in 2019, and from what I can see, it's a carbon copy of this application, which was refused. So I have major concerns in terms of consistency, in terms of the decisions made. This application in 2019, I'll give you the application if you like. I'm not sure if I should give you the application number. It says that it would be detrimental to the appearance of an area which is part of an AONB. It was contrary to TOR 5, peak of 3, AMG 1, AMG 3. It appears to me that the same policies were used to make or come to the decision to refuse that application in 2019. That was for a seasonal site, not an year-round site. I won't go on about it, but to me, it's a carbon copy of this application. And if possible, I'd like this application to be deferred until we can see what the differences are between those two applications. But I agree with Llinos. Thank you for that. Can I ask Robin to come in about the comments made? I think that's something for the planning officer, but if you could give me the number of the application to help the planning officer. So that application from 2019 is FPL 2019-223, and that was refused. And perhaps you could look into that, because they do appear to be carbon copies of each other. Does the officer want to come in? Yes, thank you, Chair. As Councillor Llinos Mehdi noted, every application has to be assessed according to their own merits. So we have consulted on this application with the relevant officers, including the officer who looks at the impacts on the AONB, the heritage officer, highways. So we have consulted and we have received their specialist responses in order to come to a decision or an opinion. So I don't think it's appropriate to compare two planning applications which are totally different and are in different areas. So that's my opinion as a planning officer. Each application is considered on their own merits, but I do accept that consistency is needed as far as each application is dealt with in the same way. That's all I can say on that matter. Thank you, Rhys. Councillor David Roberts.
I
think I remember an application about a menage, if that's how you say the word. But that had floodlights and so on. Are there any floodlights associated with this application? Because we are worried about the dark skies. No, there won't be any floodlights with this application for a menage. It will be for private use. Any other comments? Councillor John Ivan Jones wants to come back. I just wanted to say that the way the other application was refused, and using all these policies, the reason for refusing that application was that it was contrary to the local planning policies. So I think we have a problem here because this application is the same. I understand that it's in a different location, but it's a carbon copy from what I can see from reading both applications. Thank you. So any further comments or any questions about this application? So the proposal or the recommendation is that we permit. So does anybody want to make a proposal and to second the proposal? So is there a counter proposal? Yes, I propose that we refuse the application for the reasons I've already conveyed. Is there a seconder to that proposal? Yes, I'm happy to second Councillor John Ivan Jones. Councillor Ken Taylor. So there's no proposer or supporter for the recommendation to permit? No? If I may just come in. So are you asking us to a vote to refuse it, or do you want us to defer it? Do you want us to defer it so that officers can look at it again? You know, if you want to refuse the application, you'll need to give us planning reasons for refusing this specific application. Thank you, Robin.
Just dwi'n hapus i'r ddau guys.
Yes, I'm happy for both applications to be compared over the next month. Thank you for that, Councillor Johnny Mann-Jones. Councillor David Roberts. So the objection would be based on PS4, PS5 and policy AMG1. Councillor Jeff Evans.
I'm just not quite sure where I am with any of this, but I think deferment would be the best option, allowing officers to revisit it, review it, and come back again so that we get a better understanding of it. I'm not quite happy just to refuse it or to approve it, but I would appreciate further information and it to be re-examined again.
Diolch, Cynghorydd Jeff Evans. So 'di hynna'n
Thank
dderbyniol?
you, Councillor Evans. Is that acceptable? I'll ask Robin and the officer. If that's the committee's decision. So can I have a proposer and a seconder for that so that we defer it so that both applications can be compared by officers, and we'll look further into the application and yes, I agree with that and I propose. Councillor Chenaloyd Hughes. I was going to propose, but that's already been done. So is everybody in agreement to defer the item? Thank you. So that application will be deferred. We'll revisit it and it'll come back once it's been considered further.
Moving on now, I think, to 7.6. Ysgol y Graig. Can I bring the officer in? There aren't any public speakers on this one. Thank you, Chair. So this is presented to the committee. It was on the 15th. A site visit was requested, and on the 29th of June, a site visit was conducted, so members will be aware of the location of the site. It is presented to the committee because the land is owned by the County Council. So just to give you a bit of a background, it's part of the school modernisation programme, dealing with schools in Llangefni, including building a new foundation phase building on land near the existing school. There's not enough room to build an extension to Ysgol y Graig to meet the capacity. So the only answer is to relocate the foundation phase to the new proposed unit. This will increase the school's capacity from 330 pupils to 480 and provide childcare and nursery provision. The site has been chosen as the most appropriate site nearby, and it is within walking distance of the existing school. It will be a single-story structure and will be in keeping with the design of the existing school, which is a high-quality green school, highly insulated with solar panels and so forth. So the main planning considerations with developments like this, there are a number of things that are relevant and they are included in the report, but I think the intention today is to concentrate on the matters raised during the consultation and site visit. So the principle of the development, parking and traffic, the effects on nearby properties and drainage. So in terms of the site is located outside the development boundary of Llangefni, but it is right by the ffin, and policy PCF 1 states that developments that are outside the boundary will be refused unless they comply with relevant policies and principles. The policy that is relevant is ISA 2. After considering the application against the policy, it does meet the comply with all the criteria, so it is considered acceptable. Secondly, parking and traffic. The development proposes a large car park, not only for the new developments, but will also help to alleviate the parking and traffic issues that are currently on the site. This will include 22 parking spaces for staff, 86 for visitors and parents, and 10 charging points. There will also be 20 spaces for visitors and sites on near the access and the roundabouts near the school. So the development is an improvement to the existing parking arrangements, and it is an over provision in terms of the parking spaces in recognition of the current parking issues. As well as the parking spaces, there will be a bike shelter that will be lit, and it will be outside the main entrance. There will be room for 10 bikes, and in the school there will be 4 bike shelters without lights for 40 bikes. The footpath will also be widened, and there will be crosses provided to make it easier for children to walk to school and to be less dependent on cars. Then the effect of the nearby properties and noise assessment has been completed and provided with the application. The report states that the site is suitable for the development, and the environmental help is in agreement with the methodology and the conclusions of the reports. Lastly, the effect of drainage. Following discussions with neighbours and local member, there have been concerns raised about drainage on the site. From the 7th of January 2019, a sustainable drainage is required for every new development of 1 property or more. And the drainage system has to be designed and built according to the required standards published by the Welsh Minister. Dŵr Cymru have confirmed that they don't have any concerns regarding the development, and Natural Resources Wales have also confirmed that they don't have any concerns. So to summarise, it does meet all the relevant policies in the JLDP. It is an improvement. It improves the parking arrangements. It encourages children to walk or cycle to school. And it won't exacerbate any drainage issues in the area. So it is proposed that it is approved, subject to the conditions noted in the report. Thank you. Any comments? Councillor Robin Williams. Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that we go with the recommendation of the officer and permit, please. Thank you. Is there a seconder? I'm happy to second, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor.
Can I say something, guys?
Can I say something? Councillor Paul Ellis.
Paul Ellis.
Am I allowed to speak? Am I okay to speak? Yeah. No?
Yeah. Go on.
Okay. The parking in the Ysgol Graig currently is horrendous. I've had first-hand experience with this. My eldest daughter went there before going to Ysgol Gyddyn. The cars is a huge issue in Llangefni, and I've seen too many close calls with children and cars. If I remember, one child has actually been run over there as well. It's so bad the police have been known to be present there from 3 p.m. from time to time to calm the situation at the request of the school. The main source of madness is that back roundabout by the Flying Star building, where it is a parking free for all. It is essential, therefore, we get the new school right, and to solve this issue, to make it safer for the children, yeah? There are currently 11 parking spaces only in the Ysgol Graig, and the new school will have 113 parking spaces, if I'm correct. But the traffic survey, which was done on the road connecting to going to Ysgol Graig, there's 200 cars in the morning and over 200 cars in the afternoon, so there's not enough parking spaces. That was from 3 p.m. onwards, yeah, and that's without the new traffic for the new school. Imagine the parking chaos and parents' evening sports days and Christmas concerts. Clearly not enough car parking spaces. Cars will still have to park on the roads and force the children to walk on the roads to avoid the cars, exactly as the situation is now. It's not an improvement, it's adding to the problem. My second issue with this, yeah, is the fact there's two entrances, yeah. One entrance to the old Ysgol Graig and another entrance to the new Ysgol Graig. Many families have children of different ages, so they'll have to do one drop-off from one school, come out and go into the other drop-off. Coming out and go into the new school entrance, drop off their other children. It will lead to chaos, especially on a dark winter's morning when everyone is in a rush and there's still loads of cars parked on the roads because of the lacking parking spaces in the school. One parent told me they won't bother going to do two different drop-offs. They will just go to the new school and drop all their kids off onto that school and let the older children walk across to the old Ysgol Graig, which leads me on to the next one. This is the main one I've got, yeah, is the path connecting the two schools. It comes out onto that dangerous roundabout that I mentioned earlier, onto the drop-off roundabout. If you have a look on the map, the main path that connects them, it comes out on top of the roundabout. So children will have to, well, they're supposed to go all the way around the roundabout, but they won't. They will cross the roundabout to get to the old Ysgol Graig. So that needs definitely sorting if we can. At the very least, we have to move the path so the children don't have to go around the roundabout. And I think we need to redo the entrance completely to fix the problem. I don't think it's nice that we've got two entrances to the same school. A road cutting between two schools doesn't seem safe to me. I think the community wants a safe situation, if that's okay, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments?
You can see the main path there, see, that joins the roundabout.
Yeah. Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the number of parking spaces, there are concerns locally, and the council has consulted with the community and others to make sure that there are enough parking spaces. So like I said before, there are 86 parking spaces for visitors, 22 for teachers. So the statutory requirements is only 2 spaces per classroom. So that's totally unreasonable. But so the council there's an over provision here to try and meet the parking issues in the area. So I think it's creates a much safer situation in terms of parking and walking, going on a bike, and all sorts of things. So I recognise the issues raised. The path from the new school to the old school, in a way, does cut across the trees, but that's not on the main road. It's on the road going into the school, so that can be done safely. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you. Councillor Paul Ellis.
The path definitely needs moving. It does come out on top of that dangerous roundabout, and I think that is unacceptable. And the parking situation hasn't been solved by this. I do think we need more parking situations to avoid cars parking on the road. The report says that there's just under 200 cars in the morning and over 200 cars in the afternoon. That's without the new traffic, and there's only 113 car parking spaces that I can count for parents. It does need to be relooked at, and the community of Llangefni don't like the fact that there's a road separating the two schools. We want to try and get this as safe as possible for the children of Llangefni, please.
Okay, diolch yn fawr iawn am y sylwadau.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Anyone else? Because I think Robin Williams has made a proposal to permit. Is there a seconder? Sorry, was Kana seconded? Is there another proposal then to the contrary?
Am I allowed to propose the contrary?
No, you can't, sorry. Dim fel aelod o'r pwyllgor.
No, because you're not a member of the committee. So I take it as if no one else has a proposal to make that we approve and permit this application. Are we all in agreement?
Yep. Right.
There we are. Thank you for that. Thank you for the discussion and your comments. So we'll now move to the next list.
So now we're going on to application 7.10, Ocean's Edge. If you remember, we did discuss this application at the last meeting. The officer wants to make a statement. Yes, thank you, Chair. So the application was called into the Planning Committee originally at the request of the local member, Councillor David Hughes-Thomas, in the Planning Committee held on the 15th of June. Members resolved to approve this application. However, during the meeting, the officer mistakenly noted that the Highways Department had been consulted and that they hadn't raised any objection to the proposed development. However, in reality, the Highways Department hadn't been consulted. Considering the highways concerns raised by members in the June meeting, the Planning Department, having discovered that the Highways Department hadn't been consulted, they informed the chair and both local members who took part in the meeting that a consultation would be held with the Highways Department and that the matter would be reported to the committee once again. Following the consultation, the Highways Department has confirmed that they don't have any objection. So the application is being reported to the committee to ensure clarity and transparency and to ensure that all matters have been considered in determining this application. So to remind you, this is an application for a retail kiosk that will serve ice cream, waffles and non-alcoholic soft drinks. The proposed kiosk will have a floor area of 30 meters squared, which is considered to be very small in scale. Due to the small scale of the unit, it isn't considered that the business generated would have a significant effect on shops and businesses in the village. So the recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions in the report. I see that Councillor David Thomas has his hand up. I'll try and be quick because it's been such a long meeting. So just a couple of points. One about the traffic, and I'm grateful to officers for bringing this application back. I don't think it will increase the traffic problems we have. I just want to make a couple of points because I originally called it in. So the appearance of the kiosk, if you look at a picture of the kiosk, it will be a very solid building. It will have to be very solid because of the storms in this area. So I'm just asking you to consider the cladding. It isn't a very attractive cladding. It looks like a shed. It would be located near the Ocean's Edge Hotel and the RNLI building. Officers say they won't be detrimental to other businesses. Well, a Mr. Whippy van has been located very close to this site, near the slipway. It's been running for a number of years, and someone has just purchased that business and intends to carry on with the ice cream van. So, you know, I don't think we'd be very fair on this person who's trying to run a business, you know, by bringing in new competition from Ocean's Edge. You know, they can sell whatever they want to sell inside the existing building. You know, by the next meeting, you might have an application for another kiosk that's already on the site. You know, there's a plastic kiosk there already, and it doesn't really fit in on this important corner in Trevor. Yes, Councillor Robbie Williams. Quite simply, Chair, we have agreed to approve this application at the last meeting. So can I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation and permit this application once again? Is there a seconder to Councillor Robbie Williams' proposal? Councillor Jeff Evans.
I'm not seconding it. I wanted just to have an opinion, a chance to voice my opinion, because I tend to agree totally with Councillor David Rees-Thomas. There has been businesses outside of this premise for innumerable years, and only recently somebody has invested in putting or in buying out a lease on a van. And it is very, very unfair for that to have occurred, while at the same time then a very busy restaurant will open up an ice cream venue within meters of that existing business. I cannot see how that is fair, and I think it's disreputable of the council, because they get an income from the ice cream van as well. And to sell out the ice cream van this moment in time, I don't think is right.
Thank
you, Councillor Jeff Evans. Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes. Yes, thank you, Chair. As Mr. Robin Williams said, you know, we have considered it at the last meeting. I'm grateful to the officer for bringing it back. I agree with Councillor Robbie Williams, but having said that, Chair, and I said this during the site visit, nearly every application that you've considered today, you know, there's something relating to highways and traffic. I agree that we need some sort of policy somewhere. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you know, this is going to cause immense problems for us as councillors. And you know, we need to look ahead 5, 10, 15 years. Who knows what's going to happen in terms of traffic? But I did say during the site visit that I'd mention this today. Councillor Robbie Williams wants to come back. Yes, if I may, just one matter. I'm sure I'm correct in saying, and I stand to be corrected, but you know, competition isn't a planning matter as far as we're concerned. You know, I'm quite certain that I'm correct in saying that. Can the officer confirm? Yes, that is correct. It is important to note that Ocean's Edge could sell ice cream and drinks and so on from inside the building. You know, they're only asking for permission because they have this kiosk outside the building. I think I'd be correct in saying as well that they sell ice cream in the Spar shop around the corner. And I know for a fact that they actually do sell ice cream from the sea shanty as well. Councillor David Roberts.
Am y rheswm bod polisi man 6, man werthu yng nghefn gwlad yn dweud ni fydd y siop yn newidio siopa.
No, policy man 6 says that a development shouldn't have a significant effect on existing businesses. You know, it might be clearer if it man 6 did mention ice cream vans as well. But, you know, I'm going to say that it is contrary to policy man 6, and I'm willing to propose that we refuse the application. If I may come in, it's important to note that the policy refers to shops. Although we shouldn't consider competition, I think it's different in this case because it is an ice cream van that can move to another location. So we have a proposal in favour of permitting and the proposal to refuse. Councillor David Hughes Thomas, you know, this van doesn't travel around. You know, it's just in the same location throughout the day. I think it can damage, you know, this business. The person has taken out a lease on the van. He pays a significant amount of money to the council for the privilege of selling ice cream. You know, Robbie mentioned the spa. Well, that's quite far away from this location. So I think that it's ethically unfair for us to allow this application. You know, I don't have any problem with Ocean's Edge selling ice cream from inside the building. If you look at the plan, the kiosk will be very close to where the Mr. Whippy van is sited. Councillor Trevor Lloyd Hughes, so then we'll have to move on. I agree with what David has said, and I realise the problem, but, you know, we have to look at this once again from a planning perspective. So we have to make sure that we make the right decision in terms of planning. So I support Councillor Robbie Williams. So Councillor Robbie Williams has proposed that we permit the application, which has been seconded by Councillor Trevor Lloyd Hughes. There is a counter proposal from Councillor David Roberts.
That I will second that. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair that a big company can just impose what I consider unfair practice on a little small man who's trying to make his way and earn a living. So I'm not in agreement with it. So I second it wholeheartedly.
Diolch. Okay, awn ni mlaen yn sydyn ta I bleidlais.
Okay, so we'll move to a vote. I'll go through the list of members. I hope that Geraint Beb is back. Yes, I am back now. So are you in favour or against the application? I'm against the application. Councillor Jeff Evans is against the application.
Yes, I'm against it.
Yeah, I'll vote against it.
Councillor Trevor Lloyd Hughes is in favour. He seconded the proposal. Councillor Johnny Van Jones in favour of the application. Councillor Jackie Lewis, I'm against. Councillor David Roberts is against. He proposed the. I objected last time, but I've changed my mind. So I support the application. Councillor Alwyn Watkin. I object, I oppose. And Councillor Robbie Williams has proposed the recommendation to permit. 6 are against and 4 are in favour. So the application has been refused by 6 votes to 4. So that will come back next month, but we do need a planning reason. So Robin Jones said that the application will be revisited during the next meeting, and we will need the planning reasons for refusing this application. Thank you. Yes, based on policy Man 6.
Okay, we'll move on quickly.
Da ni rwan, dwi'n credu, yn rhif 11.
11.1. So developments proposed by officers and members. So this is Tana Garned, Lawn Fernichaf Pentraeth. We'll bring the officer in. So the reason for reporting to the committee is that the applicant is the relevant officer, Councillor Karen Jones, as defined within the Constitution. It is located on its own site. It's an application for the erection of a garage and sunroom on the side of the property. It's considered a modest extension in terms of size and scale. The new extension won't overlook the nearby property because there are fences and panels between this annex and the nearby property. The scale is modest. The applicant has enough land for the development without leading to an overdevelopment of the site. The design and materials are also acceptable and of quite high quality. Because of this, the application is compliant with PCAF 2 and PCAF 3 of the JLDP, and so the recommendation is to permit, subject to the conditions noted in the report. Do we have a proposal? A proposal and a seconder. The officer has explained it's an extension for a garage. Unless anyone has any questions or points to make. Councillor Robin Williams proposed that we permit and go with the recommendation of the officers. Is there a seconder? I'm happy to second, Councillor Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor. Any other proposals? If not, I take it that we're all in agreement and that has been permitted. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're on the 3 last applications. So we're on item 12 now, the remainder of the applications. So can I ask now, are there any requests for site visits? Because I do have one request for 12.4. Councillor Alan Memory has requested a site visit. We've already discussed 12.5. So any other requests for site visits on any of the 3 remaining applications? If not, we'll move on then to 12.1. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Chair. So I'd like to ask for a site visit on this application following calling it in to the committee due to lack of parking spaces because there is sufficient land behind the extension and it's already owned by the Health Board. So I'd like this to be a physical site visit rather than through Zoom to convey the concerns. Thank you, Councillor Ali Memory. I take it that we accept that. Is there a proposer and seconder? Yes, proposed by Councillor Robbie Williams, seconded by Councillor Geraint Bebb. Everybody in agreement? Okay, thank you. So now can we turn to 12.1, Peabock Llangefni? The officer, please. Thank you, Chair. So the reason for reporting to committee is that the application is submitted by the County Council. The main planning considerations. An application has been submitted under section 73 for the variation of condition 2 of planning permission OP 2019-6 to allow further time for the submission of the reserved matters. That is within 3 years of the date of this approval. There have been no changes in circumstances or local policy since the grant of the outline permission, and the variation of the condition to allow additional time for the submission of the reserved matters is therefore considered to be acceptable. And then the recommendation is that the application is approved subject to the conditions listed in the report. Yes, Councillor Robin Williams wants to come in. Quite simply, I'm going to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation and that we permit the application. Thank you. Councillor Geraint Webb. Yes, I'd like to second the proposal. I think it's important we do something with the site as soon as possible. If you look at the pictures with the report, you know, the buildings are in very poor condition. It appears to be a tipping site. So any other proposals or any further comments? Is everybody in agreement that we accept the recommendation to permit the application? Everybody in agreement? Please show if you're not. Thank you.
Right, da ni'n symud ymlaen felly.
Moving on to 12.2, Ysgol Gynradd Llangaffo FPL 2022-87. Rhys. Thank you, Chair. So this is a full application for change of use of the old school playing field to a play area for children. The main planning considerations. Firstly, does it comply with the relevant policy? Will it affect the area negatively or any nearby properties? So to put things in context, the old school is located on the B419 in the centre of the village. The old building is within the development boundary and the playing field is just outside, but nearby the boundary. The access is through a wooden gate from the highway with a grassed path down to the field. There is a pavement through the village, providing access to users. It is considered to be in a sustainable location at the centre of the village that's easy to get to on foot or bike and other ways of transport. There is a need. The majority of the people using it will be from Gaerwen and Newburgh. If people travel to the site in car, then the village hall can be used to park. That is 290 metres up the road. Because it is a community resource, the policy that it needs to comply with is ISA 2. After considering the application against the criteria, it does comply with the ISA 2 policy. Considering the previous use of the field, school playing area, there was no objection, and it is not considered that the playing area will have more effect on the privacy or amenities of local properties. So it is recommended that it is approved subject to the conditions. Thank you, Rhys. Any comments or a proposal that we permit and comply with the officers? Councillor Robin Williams. Happy to propose that we permit. Thank you. Is there a second? I'm happy to second, Chair. Thank you, Kent Taylor. Any other proposals are we happy to accept? Do you have your hand up, Alan Mummery, or is that an old hand? There we are. Thank you.
That point 2. Ac yn ola, 12.3.
And finally, 12.3, Cai Mawr Llanach y Medd. Yes, thank you, Chair. The reason for reporting to the committee is that this application relates to the variation of conditions of consent of an application which was accompanied by an EIA. It is therefore referred to the Planning Committee for determination in accordance with the Constitution. The context, planning permission was given on 6th of September 2021 to develop a unit to accommodate 32 hens to produce eggs. The site is located in open countryside as defined in the JLDP off the B5111, about halfway between Rhosabal and Llanach y Medd. The site includes a working farm surrounded mainly by agricultural land and a few residential properties. There is existing permission and work has started on the development. There haven't been any changes to policy since approval was granted. 18 conditions were placed on the approval. A number of them asked for further details to be submitted either before commencing the development or before it is used or implemented. The conditions were needed to manage or mitigate the effects of the development. The conditions relate to matters such as manure management, landscaping, tree protection, woodland management, lighting, archaeology and environmental management and traffic management. Despite this, the development has started and work has nearly been completed. This is contrary to advice given by officers and has breached a number of conditions placed on the application. Therefore, this application is submitted to allow the relevant details to be submitted and approved after work has commenced in the development. In addition, additional details were submitted as part of this application. As has been highlighted in the report, the applicant has submitted the relevant details that need to be that is required to discharge conditions 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 18, and these have been considered. Any comments or questions?
Okay, cynnig bod ni'n derbyn y cais.
Can I propose that we accept the application? Is there a seconder? I can see that Councillor Ken Taylor have their hands up. Are you seconding? Yes, I'm happy to second, Chair, but I'd like to make a comment. It would be fun to be a cockerel amongst all those hands. So, is everybody in agreement?
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you. I think we've reached the end of the planning matters. Unless there are any other matters, I do have one matter before we end the meeting. Can I apologise to Councillor Ken Taylor for calling him Councillor Ken Williams? And I also called him something worse last night, but I won't tell you what. He had asked if he could say a short word, and I do mean short, you know, because a 4-hour meeting is a real marathon. Ken, thank you, Chair. Just a small comment. Children in year 5 and 6 in the Valley School have been working on a plan as part of their curriculum. They created a planning application that placed the Formula 1 plot here in Valley. It was an imaginary one, of course. So I'd like to thank the planning department for the support they've given to the school and the response the school has received, you know, just as they would do with any planning application. It's important to give praise where it's deserved. So I'd like to thank the planning department. Thank you, Councillor Ken Taylor. I'm sure the department will be pleased to hear that. So any other matters? Nothing from the officers. Okay, so can I thank you? Can I apologise for a number of things about the technical problems we've encountered during this meeting today, and also that the meeting has been so long. You know, we've had some quite lengthy discussions, but beneficial ones on a number of applications. Can I thank you for your contributions? Can I thank the officers for their work, for the preparation work, and for the documents we receive? You know, lots of work goes into the documents. I hope that the next meeting will be held in the chamber, and I hope that it won't be as long as this one. The reasons for carrying on, just to tell you, is if we adjourn to the next meeting, the agenda of that meeting will of course be longer, and we did have quite a long meeting the last time as well. So apologies for taking up 4 hours, but we have gone through the agenda. So can I thank you all for your contributions, and once again to the officers, thank you.